2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Thank you for getting down here in a timely manner. It's appreciated. Welcome to people who weren't here on day one. It's probably just worth doing a light recap for the benefit of anybody who wasn't here yesterday. Before I do, can I invite you just to double check your phones and any mobile devices just to make sure they're switched off, please? That would be appreciated. Well, not switched off, just switched to silent. I don't mind you having them on at all. In terms of what happened yesterday, I did a short introduction. We heard opening submissions from the appellants and the council, just setting out what the headlines of their cases. We also heard from a number of interested parties, mainly local residents, and then we heard from a council spokeswitness, Councillor Beattie. This morning we'll continue with the evidence. I'm conscious there are at least two people who've indicated they'd like to speak. Can I just double check you're here? Rachel Knowles, are you here? Yeah. And Tanya Older. Good morning, thank you for coming. Is anybody else who... Oh, 1, 2, 3, 5 hands have gone up. So, gentleman there, lady, 6 hands now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, well what I'll do is, that's absolutely fine. Can I just double check with you, are any of you on a, my intention is just to deal with you in a moment or two once I finish what I need to say, just in sequence. So the two ladies have already indicated they want to speak and then deal with you in turn. That said, are any of you on a sort of tight time frame? Do you need to get away? Yes, madam. You do. When do you need to be away by? Okay. Well, fingers crossed. We'll be able to get through you all within that sort of time frame. So okay, good. That's helpful. I'll come back to you all in a moment or two and deal with you in sequence. I think if you weren't here yesterday, and I know some of you weren't, I'll just remind you when it comes to your turn to speak. What I'll do is invite you to come to the front here. Because there's a microphone, it'll just help everybody to hear what you've got to say, and it'll certainly help me to hear what you've got to say. I'll just ask you to confirm who you are and what your interest is, whether you're opposed to the scheme or in favour of it, or taking a neutral position, whether you're representing just yourself or a group, and what authority you've got to speak on behalf of other people if you are. And also I'll ask you whether or not you're prepared to answer questions that might be put to you. Now I can hear some, thank you. If you can sort out the intercom, that would be helpful, thank you. I'm going to work on a basis you can all hear me. The acoustics seemed to be pretty good yesterday, but if anybody is struggling with audibility and being able to hear any of the witnesses, please just raise your hand, let me know, and I'm sure we can do something about it. Okay, but before we hear from the first interested parties, are there any housekeeping points from the main parties before? No? No? Okay, that's helpful. Okay, well, we'll hear from the first speaker then. Are you happy to go first, Mrs. Knowles? I'm calling you Mrs. Knowles, is it? Yes. Okay. Morning. Thank you for coming back. So you I think you said Miss, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, in terms of the points I just raised, you don't have to give your address, but it helps me just to understand where your concerns might come from, or what your views come from. But if you'd rather not, that's fine. Are you happy to give your address, or some people have indicated they're just local residents? Okay. Are you a local resident?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Are you speaking on your own behalf or on behalf of others?
On behalf of myself.
Okay, thank you. Are you opposed to the scheme or supporting the scheme?
I'm going to have to be opposed.
Okay. Okay, you happy to answer any questions that I might have or be...
Yeah, as long as I can.
No, that's fine. Okay. Well, over to you. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to introduce myself. Is that too loud?
That's
okay.
fine.
I'm just going to introduce...
Don't worry about the sound, as we've got a very able chap at the back of the room
Okay.
who'll adjust levels, I'm sure.
So, I'm Rachel. I live in Stafford. Obviously, you can tell by my accent, I've been here about 15 years now. I used to live in Walsall previously. I've actually worked professionally with this group of people that are, asylum seekers, adults and children. So I've got quite a bit of experience of working with this group of individuals. I think I'm just going to... The best way for me to do this is just to list the things that I am concerned about, really, in terms of supporting this group of individuals. And I don't think that Stafford has got the infrastructure to do that. I'm just going to list the concerns that I've got. So, I mean, most likely this has already been heard, but I'm going to say it anyway. So, the transport links for one. There's now buses on a Sunday. It's very expensive for taxis. The trains are on strike constantly, and you need a mortgage to go on the train these days. So my concern is, how are these people going to move around? How are they going to go and see their families? How are they going to integrate into the community? We've got no A&E services. They're all in Stoke. There's no GP appointments available. You have to wait 2 to 3 weeks. I know that's an issue across the country, but Stafford's a very small town. Where the health service is going to come from for these people. We've got no police station. I think the nearest one is in Cannock. I've looked on the Stafford College. I can't see any ESOL lessons. So how are these people going to be receiving English lessons so they can be integrated into the communities, into the UK? For me, this group of individuals, there's no community in Stafford whatsoever to support them. Not like you would see in cities. Myself, I've worked in Birmingham supporting these people. Obviously, there's a lot more facilities there, there's a lot more communities, a lot more people speak their language. I don't believe there's any places of worship here for them. And for me, I have seen this in working practice. This can all result in further segregation and difficulties for these individuals within this kind of community that's not set up to support them and hasn't got the infrastructure. The other thing I'd like to know is asylum claims. Where are they going to be done? To my knowledge, it's Solihull. Is it Manchester? How are we going to get there? If they're successful in their asylum claims, what about housing? If we're talking about families, there is, relatively good amount, well, I wouldn't say good amounts, but there is some housing for families. But personal experience, there's now one-bedroom properties. They're nearly all for over 55s in Stafford. So what's the plan around that? There's now jobs in this town. Most people come to this town, as a professional, it's a commuter town. Rent's not cheap. Properties to buy are not cheap. There's no jobs. You have to travel. I have to travel out of town to be able to earn a decent wage. The town is being regenerated. There's now shops. I've actually seen it on the news this morning. There's a tender out for a company to regenerate the town. I mean, that's years away. So there's actually now shops. There's nothing here for the local residents. And I think I've already mentioned there being now religious establishments. I think my concern is that the bottom line is we're setting these people up to fail. There's nothing in this town for them. There's nothing in this town for young adults. My son is a young adult with a baby. They're thinking about moving out this town because there's nothing here for them. So that's my worry, really, and my concern, and I don't think that we're set up to support these people, these individuals. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions for you. Any questions from you, Mr. Easton?
Just a very, very few points of clarification,
Yeah.
Ms Knowles, if I may.
Yeah.
So you said you've worked in the past professionally with asylum seekers, and I think was that principally in Birmingham?
Yes.
Yes. Don't want to know who you work for, but just give us a brief description about the role that you had when you were working with them.
So I was supporting unaccompanied asylum-seeking children within the looked after children's process. Also moving on to leaving care and into adulthood, securing accommodation, jobs, all within children's services.
Right, so you're a social worker?
I prefer not to say.
Okay, fair enough. Good. And as I understood your evidence just a few moments ago, it's that you don't have any objection in principle to Stafford accommodating asylum seekers. It's just that in your view, the infrastructure, social and other infrastructures, not there at the moment to be able to support them and allow them to integrate into society. Is that a fair summary of your position?
I would oppose it on the basis of what you've just said about the infrastructure.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to get a handle on what your evidence is. Okay. And then I'm not going to go through each and every one of the pieces of infrastructure that you say are absent, but can I take it from you that based on your experience of helping asylum seekers, that the sort of things that you identified, the pieces of infrastructure, are the sort of things that you would expect to help support them and also to help them integrate into the community in which they're living?
Yes,
Okay.
I mean, from my experience, there needs to be the community there to back them up. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what can I say? I've got my own experiences of Stafford. My other half is actually mixed heritage, and he suffered quite a bit of racism in this town when we first come here. There just isn't the communities here to support them. They need to see people like themselves.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? In terms of heritage or backgrounds. Obviously, Birmingham and bigger cities are going to have that, aren't they? But unfortunately, we haven't got that here.
Okay.
That's what worries me.
One final point, when you said that there aren't the religious establishments, asylum seekers will, insofar as they have a religious belief, will have a range of different religious beliefs. So, insofar as they're Christian, there are churches in Stafford, aren't there?
Yes.
Yeah. Were you thinking more about the people from Afghanistan, many of whom will be practicing Muslims?
Yeah.
Are you aware that there's a Stafford Muslim prayer hall in Greyfriars Place in Stafford?
No, I wasn't aware. Okay. But I mean, obviously, I wasn't aware.
Okay. All right.
I said to my knowledge, so.
No, that's fine. Ms Knowles, I don't have anything else for you, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Knowles.
Anybody else?
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Tanya Alder, now please. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm glad you could make it. How do you prefer to be addressed? Is it
Just Tanya. I'm Mrs. Alder, but Tanya's fine.
Okay. Are you a local resident? Are you happy to
I'm
give your
actually
address?
one of the parishes, Stobart-Chartley Parish. I'm not here I'm a councillor for that parish, but I'm not here specifically to represent them. It's more my own experiences, etc.
Okay, so you're really speaking on your own behalf. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. You happy to answer any questions?
Yes, certainly.
That might be put? Okay, and you for or against?
I'm against.
Okay. Over to you then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My concerns are very similar to that lady's. In Staffordshire, we haven't got the hospitals, we haven't got the doctors, the dentists, the schooling. Our parishioners have to travel all over in and out of the county to get medical treatment. My big concern is about our young people. I'm a retired foster carer, and in that role I've had experience of young people who've groomed and radicalised by asylum seekers. A young person I had a few years ago, and I only had a short time, was actually taken by an Afghan youth to Birmingham and was molested by numerous Asian men. And unfortunately, the attitude of social services was stick her on the pill. They were never prosecuted. This is happening all the time. We've got young people being, Asian men hanging around the children's homes. Our carers can't stop them leaving. They wait around the youth clubs. They hang around in the young person's nightclub in Stafford. It's a really serious thing. These young people are extremely vulnerable, but then so are our own young people, because they have to travel from our villages to the local schools where this is expected to go, or been asked to request for this accommodation. You've got 3 schools within 2 minutes walk, a senior school, an infant school and another school just by the hospital. We've got colleges within 10 to 15 minutes walk. We've got numerous schools. It's basically, this would be putting our young people at risk. They wouldn't be safe. They would basically be prisoners in their own homes, because we could no longer let them travel on their own because of the safety issues. I'm really deeply concerned, because my experience as a carer, I know what's happening and what has happened and is still happening, and there doesn't seem anything be able to stop these issues. Plus all the other issues, as I say, the medical issues, the doctors and nurses, everything. We are struggling. This is a tiny market town, and we just do not have the capacity or the capability to provide this suitable accommodation and resources to actually take these people. We don't get money from the government, as we know. It comes out of our local taxes, and we can't get our roads repaired. There's no, where we live, there's no buses. They're spasmodic. I don't think we've got any of a weekend at all. So where would these people go? What would they do with themselves? I've got friends who work in social services in Birmingham. They've got massive issues. Even though you say that they could take capacity, they can't. They're overrun. They don't want any more because they can't cope with them. I've got other carers I know in Stoke, and their associations up there. They've all got the same issues. I'm a member of the Staffordshire Foster Care Association. I'm actually the chair. And one of the issues, we go to a forum for foster carers, and that covers the whole of the West Midlands. Every one of those people who attend have got the same issues and the same concerns. What is Stafford prepared to do, or what could Stafford do to stop these violations and our young people being violated? That's basically all I've got to say.
Thank you. I don't have any questions for you. Are there any questions from you?
Just a couple. We've heard during the course of this inquiry that at the moment Bridgewood House Hotel, which is next to the Crown Court in central Stafford, you know where I'm talking about, is currently accommodating around 77 asylum seekers. And that's been for, I think, since around about March this year. Okay. And you indicated about asylum seekers grooming one of the children who is in your care, hanging around nightclubs, outside children's homes, etc. Just to be clear, are you saying that all of that happens and is happening in Stafford?
It happens in Stafford, it's happening in Stoke.
You can't possibly say, can you, that the people who are, you say, hanging around these places are definitively asylum seekers?
Well, we know from experience that the one young person I mentioned to you, she was in another foster carer's home. They brought a supposedly young Afghan youth in, and he took her to Birmingham, where she was assaulted and had sex with numerous Asian men. And social services' hands were fairly tied, and they only actually put her on the pill. She was 13. Right.
So this is, and that's horrendous.
Yeah.
That's horrendous. But so far as that particular instance was concerned, did I understand what you just said correctly? That it was a family who took in one Afghan youth?
This particular one, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. It's happening all the time. And the other issue, of course, we've got little or no mental health facilities now, because the majority of the ones that are in and around Stafford have gone. So our young people can't get that care. And actually, one thing I didn't mention is children coming out of care are struggling for accommodation. They're basically sofa surfing. My previous young man, who is 19 now, he is literally sofa surfing. He's got no accommodation and, you know, no means of, no chance of getting anywhere because the accommodation's not there. You know, this is a general thing. These children are exceptionally vulnerable, even more so than our own children because of their backgrounds and the way they've had to come into care.
Okay.
You know, they are really vulnerable, and they're easily led and they're easily groomed and radicalised, and that's a real concern.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alder.
Thank you.
Well, I think bearing in mind that I know the clock's not ticking badly for you, that it sounds like you need to be somewhere else in the not too distant future. So perhaps would you like to go next? Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can I make a note of your name?
Yes, my name's Elizabeth Dugmore.
Elizabeth Dugmore.
Yeah.
How do you like to be addressed? Is it Miss?
Miss.
Okay, thank you. And you have to give your address, or?
I live around Kingston Hill
Okay.
in Stafford.
Kingston Hill.
Yeah.
Okay. And are you for or against?
I'm against.
Okay. And are you speaking on behalf of anybody or just
I'm
yourself?
I'm a local resident and I'm speaking on my own behalf.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Happy to answer questions if there are any?
Yeah.
Over to you then, please.
Okay. So I am here to talk about my safety concerns, and those are kind of split into two things. So the reason I'm concerned about safety is because, as we know, these are a lot of people in a very small space, and most of them are men, single men. And we don't, fundamentally the issue is we don't know who they are. We'd like to assume that they're all really nice people and that we want to help them, but we have no idea of their past history. And I've worked as a teaching assistant in the past, and in order to work in a school, you have to be really well vetted. They want to know whether you've got a criminal record or not. And yet to put so many unvetted people so close to a school with no idea whether they're criminals or not. We'd hope they're not criminals, but we just don't know. It seems like a really major safeguarding risk to me. And so that's my first concern. I'm concerned for the safety of our young people and our children. And my second concern is for myself. I'm a single woman. I live in Stafford. At the moment, I'm working from home, so my office is my house. Everything is in Stafford, and so I spend a lot of time in the local area. I also don't have a car, so if I want to go anywhere, I have to walk or I have to cycle. And that's fine in the daytime, normally it's fine, but at night time, that's a concern. If there are going to be these people with nothing to do, with nowhere to go, are they just going to hang around on the streets? Because that's quite threatening. And the fear for me, there are two things. There's the fear of crime and then there's the actual crime. And sometimes the fear is even worse than the actual crime because you don't know whether you're going to be attacked or assaulted. And that's a horrible way to live your life. And as I mentioned, I live on Kingston Hill, and there's a really nice walk along Kingston Cover and down the canal, which normally is safe, you know. There aren't any nasty people down there. But to meet a group there in the evening or at night time could be really scary. And if you can't communicate with them because they don't speak English, that could be a really threatening situation to be in, and I would not want to be in that situation. And so my concerns are, why should I have to change my behaviour as a woman? Because I've lived here my whole life. I work here, I live here. And any promises, I know there have been some promises that any incidents would be dealt with, but the best way to deal with the threat of violence or actual violence against women and children is to prevent it in the first place, which is why I think the safest option for our community is to reject this application to protect everyone and to not worry then when we've got all these, problems, how we're going to fix them. You fix them by not letting it go through in the first place.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. Any from you, Mr.
Neither do I. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay. I think that leaves 5 other speakers. I've no particular view on the order you should take. So my inclination is to go from left to right. So that the gentleman who just put his hand up, if you'd like to step forward, another lady, and don't worry, we'll come to you all. Anybody who perhaps you weren't here earlier when you indicated. Is there anybody who needs to get away soon? No. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for coming. Can I jot down your name, please?
Yeah, it's Richard Gibson.
Richard Gibson. It's always awkward asking people where they live. If you're happy to give your address, please do. If you'd rather not, can you give me a feel for where you're based or what your interest is here?
I live on Gladstone Way, just off of Beaconside, and I have 2 children that go to Western Road Academy and 1 child that goes to St John's, just a little bit further down Western Road.
That's helpful, thank you. Am I right in saying you're opposed to the proposed developments?
Absolutely.
Okay. And are you speaking on behalf of anybody or just yourself?
I'm speaking mainly on behalf of myself, but last night I did meet with a group of residents and friends, mainly from the Armed Forces veterans community, and every single one is opposed to this. They wish they could be here, but because it's been held midweek, everyone's got work commitments. And also, for those that don't drive, getting to this side of Stafford, it's been quite difficult.
Understood. What I'd say, and for the benefit of people who weren't yesterday, something I said yesterday was that I've been given copies of all of the submissions for and against the proposed development. There have been a lot of them. Those are not just those coming in that are off the back of the appeal, but also those that were submitted with the original planning application that were before the council when it made its decision. So I have all of that material. So if any of those people have already written in, I'll have their concerns before me, and of course I will take all of those into account. You happy to answer any questions that might be put to you?
I am, yes.
Okay, over to you, please.
This is the first time I've publicly spoke in 2 years, so I'm a little bit nervous.
Well, don't worry. Nobody will be biting, so take your time.
I've prepared a statement, as it were, that I'd read out so I don't waffle as much.
That's fine.
I may ad-lib in between. So I consider myself a domestic migrant. I was in the Armed Forces for 22 years before I got medically discharged in 2020 after 22 years service. You can tell by my accent I'm not from Stafford, but I do consider myself a Staffordian now. When I moved to Stafford, it was part of the Army rebasing policy, which was announced in 2012, I believe, with £51 million being injected from the MOD into Stafford itself, building over 350 homes for Armed Forces personnel and Veritas School. That school was built on the premise that it would serve the Armed Forces community. I understand that it is mixed now, and it's a good thing. However, all these facilities were built. We were told that the 3 regiments that would move into MOD Stafford would see us not having to move around anymore. We were all encouraged to move out of service married quarters and buy properties in this area, which many of us did. Understanding that we will be able to build futures for our families and then post-military service go on to be part of a community. Since I bought my property, I've done everything that I can to become involved in Stafford life. I've run a football club quite successfully that was made up of 50% military, 50% civilian. I gained awards off the Queen's New Year's Honours List for my services to the community in that regard. But in that time, like I say, things have dwindled in Stafford. We've seen the closure of the police station. So I believe now the nearest ones with holding facilities are either in Penkridge, Stoke, or in Cannock. The waiting times like I say, I was medically discharged. Unfortunately for me, it was in the middle of COVID, and my medical documents went missing in between the interface between the MOD and the GP services. I've still, my prescription for medication ran out, and I've still, 2 years later, I still haven't got that medication. I'm unable to get a GP appointment. I've been unable, even though the Armed Forces Covenant would suggest that I should go to the top of the pile, I have yet to be able to find a dentist that can allow me to register with them. The facilities are not here in Stafford for the people who already live here. So to bring another 400 into 400 plus into the town is just frankly irresponsible. The main objections that I've got for this is that there's been precedent set. And in fact, no, sorry, if I can rewind a little bit. In recent years, Stafford itself has taken its fair share of migrants. It's nothing new. We have helped, and it was proved after the London Bridge attacks that one of those attackers was found to be a refugee immigrant who was going through the processing. He was found living on Wolverhampton Road. Only 2 weeks ago, it was in the press that a 17-year-old boy in one of these processing centres was discovered to be a 44-year-old former ISIS commander. He's subsequently gone missing. Nobody knows where he is. And then there's the case at Thwaite Hall in East Riding of Yorkshire. That again was halls of residence. Originally, it was proposed that 200 immigrants would be housed there. Although it wasn't a detention centre, they could come and go as freely as they wanted as long as they reported their whereabouts to the Home Office. 44 of them, I believe it was 44, it may be less, I have got the newspaper article, but they absconded. They left of their own accord and just didn't go back. The police couldn't do anything about it because they weren't being detained as such, so those individuals are somewhere in this country and nobody knows where. Later on, when the people at, I assume it was Serco, but later on when the proposal was put forward to increase the numbers to 1,000, it was objected, as you can imagine, by the community. That objection was upheld, and it was later thrown out, and that saw the government change its stance to move away from halls of residence and start considering the use of barges. The precedence has already been set. So I think that renders this conversation that we're having over these next 3 days null and void.
Thank you. I've no questions for you. Mr. Easton, do you?
Just one question of clarification, just to make sure I've understood the name of the place in East Ryde. Is it Thwaite Hall? Thwaite. Got it. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Anybody keen to... Lady with the glasses? Sorry to describe you like that. There was another hand there. You'd like to speak. Fear not. No one will be left behind. If you just indicate if there's nobody, one by one will work through you. So don't worry. Good morning.
Morning.
Let me just finish my note from Mr. Gibson. Thank you. Right. Can I jot down your name, please?
It's Mrs. Shelley.
Mrs. Shelley. Thank you. Same questions. Happy to give you address or?
I live on Salisbury Road, which is adjacent to the Morris Man, which I'm sure you visited, as I remember from yesterday.
Yep, I walked that way on Monday, yeah.
So, yeah, a local resident. Yeah.
You opposed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you speaking on just your behalf or behalf of
Behalf of myself and I think many others, but yeah.
Well, I've
myself.
heard, I'm hearing from many others and I've read from many others, but you're speaking for yourself. Okay, thank you. Happy to answer questions?
Yeah.
Okay, fire away, please.
I have 2 young children, they're 9 and 6. Both of them are autistic, so quite vulnerable. They go to Veritas Primary Academy, which is the primary school on the Western Road, opposite
I've seen where that is. It's on the northern side.
Yeah. We moved to the area in 2020. I've lived in Stafford for 25 years, but I specifically moved for the school and in the long term that when my children were older, that they may possibly, if they're able to, walk to high school and back safely. My concern is that if this obviously goes ahead, I wouldn't feel comfortable with their vulnerabilities alone to enable them to do that. My job, for 16 years, I've worked in the ambulance service. I have to be quite careful, obviously, what I say because of data protection. But I just wanted to say in terms of since many of the asylum seekers have been accommodated in local hotels around the Staffordshire area, we've certainly seen an increase of calls to the hotels, having to use the purpose of interpreters, which costs every time you have to use them. There has been a lot of the asylum seekers struggling with their mental health. Basically, one had stated that they weren't happy with the way they were being treated by the Home Office. They don't have GPs registered, so it's already kind of falling on to the emergency services, and we are literally, putting it politely, on our rear as it is. We are leaving vulnerable patients on the floor with broken hips for 13 hours because we can't respond to them, because the mental health crisis in the country is off the scale. There's no resources for it, and it's just adding, and it's quite frankly, to put 481 single males who are already vulnerable in this, what can only be described as a prison, is just going to exacerbate their mental health. That's, you know, there's not the resources there to deal with them. And it's quite a concern at how many calls that we're getting to the relevant hotels. And that's just, I just wanted to kind of speak a bit on behalf of, you know, the NHS and how it's impacting on them. And that's my bit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions, Mr. Easton?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anybody like to go next? Just lady at the front here, I think your hand went up first, so if you'd like to come forward, please. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can I jot down your name, please?
My name's Maureen Ailcock.
Ah, I should have remembered that. You did indicate earlier, my apologies.
Yes.
Do you prefer to be called Mrs., Miss, Ms?
Maureen's fine.
Okay, well, it'll help when I make a note of this.
Ms Ailcock, yeah.
Yes, okay, thank you. You have to give your address, or you...
Yeah, I live in Moss Pit in Stafford. I've lived there for 45 years, and my 3 children have gone to school in Stafford. One still lives there, the other 2 have moved away.
Okay. Are you opposed to the scheme?
I'm opposed to this particular scheme, yes.
Okay. And are you speaking just on your behalf?
On behalf of Stafford Welcomes Refugees.
And you've got authority to speak on their behalf?
Yes.
Okay. Are you happy to answer any questions that might
Yes.
be? Okay, over to you, please.
Okay. I'd like to make 2 brief points. The first point is that I hate the demonisation that has gone on about asylum seekers It's been started by government ministers, people in the media, and much of it is untrue and unsubstantiated. I volunteer for Stafford Welcomes Refugees, and for the past month or so, a group of us have been going into the hostel in Stafford, where we do English classes. All the volunteers find the residents there to be delightful people. They're very enthusiastic about learning English. They're respectful and very appreciative. They come from countries such as Afghanistan, Sudan, Eritrea, Iran, all countries with very dangerous and tyrannical regimes. They are not illegal. They have a right under Article 14 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Everyone has the right to seek and enjoy in other countries asylum from persecution. Asylum seekers have come by very dangerous routes, as we know, mainly by boats, because there is no safe way for them to apply for application. People from Ukraine, people from Hong Kong do have those methods of coming, but at the moment there is no safe way for them to come. So they are obliged to come as asylum seekers using very dangerous routes. My second point is that having demonised asylum seekers in many ways, the government expects Serco to find places for them in places like Stafford, which, as previous speakers say, don't have the facilities. They are put into hostels or some sort of accommodation with no activity provided, no English classes, no sporting activities, nothing. These are young men. How on earth can we expect them to be assimilated into the community when there's nothing provided? One of my daughters is an occupational therapist, and she speaks of occupationally deprived. If you're occupationally deprived, it will result in mental health issues, which again the lady mentioned before. You cannot keep people in a place with nothing for them to do, particularly young men. So their only option really is to wander around, creating more suspicion, more fear amongst the local community. And that's why I am against this proposal. They're also going to be sitting ducks, in a way, for far-right activists, which we know are based in Stoke and have caused quite a bit of trouble in Cannock over the hotel there, which houses asylum seekers.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from you, Mr. Winston?
Just a couple. Do you have a formal position, as it were, in Stafford Welcomes Refugees?
No.
No. So you you are a volunteer?
I'm a volunteer, yes.
Fine. And then you said that you go to the hostel to provide English classes. Is that Bridgewood House next to the Crown Court?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And can I assume that if planning permission is granted for the Stafford Court proposal, that Stafford Welcomes Refugees would be willing to get involved in supporting the residents of that facility, including offering English classes?
We would like to, but we're quite a small group, and we're stretched at the moment trying to help the people, 80 or so, who live in Stafford. And we're happy to do that, and we feel that that number is containable, and we can actually help and support them. But bringing 300 plus, I'm not quite sure of the number, into the outskirts of Stafford, where they are at the moment, it's in the centre, so they've got parks and so on. But to the outskirts where there's very little for them to do, it's just a recipe for disaster.
So I think your concern, do I take it that there's no objection in principle, it's just the location and the absence of activities and infrastructure to support asylum seekers if they were to move to Stafford Court?
No, it's in principle.
It's in principle?
Yes.
So you have an in-principle objection to any further asylum seekers being accommodated in Stafford?
Well, it depends on the number. I mean, if we're talking about 10 or so, no. But any more than that, no. I think we're a small town, and if you like, that is what we can deal with.
Yeah. All right. And I think just so you're clear about this, the maximum number of bed spaces that we occupied at Stafford Court will be 481. That's split.
Is how many?
481.
Okay.
That will be split between, I'm sure you appreciate the terminology, interim accommodation and dispersed accommodation.
Mm.
The intention being that there would be a mix of families, single females and single males, rather than there being 481 single males. Okay? Mm-hmm. Did you realise that?
No.
No. And so, if the sort of activities that you identified, English classes, sporting activities, were provided at Stafford Court, I would imagine that would go some way, not necessarily by Stafford Welcomes Refugees, that would go some way to alleviating your concerns about the occupationally deprived concerns that you identified.
Well, that's a big if, because they haven't provided anything in Stafford, as I understand.
Okay.
And the prayer hall that you mentioned before was that the people who wanted to use it were alerted by one of our volunteers, not by Serco.
Right. Okay. So it was a big if, but if that if is satisfied, that would go some way to alleviating your concerns, wouldn't it?
Well, as I say, I'm not prepared to say, because if I say that and then that isn't brought forward, I don't want to be quoted. No, I'm not going to accept that.
All right. The other thing that you mentioned is that if asylum seekers are occupationally deprived, then they end up wandering the streets, giving rise to suspicion and fear.
No, I said that they will be severely depressed. They become severely depressed.
Yeah. Okay.
Contributing to the mental health problem that we already have in this country.
You also mentioned that if the asylum seekers didn't have much to do, they would end up wandering the streets. That's certainly something you did say.
Yes. Yeah.
And you said that might give rise to suspicion and fear. In your experience, is that suspicion and fear justified based on your interactions with asylum seekers at Bridgewood House?
No, it isn't.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are all the questions I have for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman with the cap, if you'd like to go next. You were quick with your hand up there.
Good morning.
Can I jot your name down, please?
Yes, Mr. Calladine, Calladine.
Thank you. You a local resident? You happy to give your
Resident
address?
on the Priory Park estate, which is obviously within a mile, well, within half a mile.
Thank you. You opposed to the scheme?
I'm opposed, yes.
Are you speaking on your own behalf? Or
On my own behalf, but also family and friends that live on our estate that can't make it today due to work commitments. And as Mr. Gibson already mentioned, the fact it's in midweek, it's just hard for people to come. So I'm speaking on their behalf as well. But mainly, I'm representing myself today.
Okay, that's understood. Are you happy to answer any questions?
I am,
you
yes.
might be? Okay, over to you, please.
Thank you. I've got a few things to say. Some of the things echo what's already been said in this room. I wasn't able to make the meeting yesterday, and I'm presuming these sort of things were said as well.
Yeah, just for your benefit, we heard from about 11 people, and yeah, I mean, a lot of issues were raised, but a lot of them sort of echoed the council's objections, but there were a few other things.
What I'd like to do, though, is just go into a little bit of detail with these items that probably were mentioned about my own personal experience of these issues. So I'd like to take you back just to 2017. I was involved in a serious road accident and sustained a lot of serious injuries. As you can see by my crutch, I'm still suffering with these injuries today. So 2017, I was involved in the crash, got taken to hospital straight away, and the emergency side of things was absolutely brilliant. There was no fault in the NHS with reference to my initial care. In the preceding 6 years, we've started hitting issues. I know the NHS is busy all around the country at the moment, but my personal experience is that I've had to fight to get appointments with doctors. I've had to fight to get appointments at the hospital. I've had numerous operations, and I've even had to now I have to go to London and pay private for my surgery. Now, although I go to London for the surgery, when I come back, I rely on my own GPs and my own local healthcare system. And unfortunately, in the last 2 years specifically, I've been totally let down. When I come out of surgery, I need a drain attached to me, which is just a simple bottle, which I know how to change the bottle over. I went to my doctors, they couldn't help me. I went to A&E at Stafford, which was during the day, because obviously it's only daytime hours. I waited for 4 hours in a queue of people. Eventually got saw by a doctor that says, I can't help you. And I ended up having to go to Stoke. So another half an hour up the road. I waited another half an hour there, where I did manage to be seen, just to get a plastic bowl, which was a drain for the surgery that I'd received. That's one little example of how, as a member of the public in Stafford, I've had to fight to get treatment and fight to be seen by GPs. So my reference to that is that 400 extra people coming into Stafford, if they start requiring health services, it's just going to add to the service that's already on its knees. My next point is I live relatively close to the venue in question. I have 2 young daughters that attend Western Road High School. They walk to school and they walk home from school. If this application is approved, I fear for their safety. I fear for my own mental health, that I'm going to let them walk to school and I'm not going to know what's going on with them. I'm probably going to have to try and go with them, which, again, in my medical state is quite difficult to do. And at the time of the crash, just take you back to 2017, I lived in a residential village, which was in a village in the middle of nowhere. And because of my injuries and my mental health issues at that time, I had to move to Stafford because I could be nearer the services that I've just described. I've had psychology for PTSD, which is still ongoing now. And coming to Stafford, and the place I live now, it was a brand new estate, was a sanctuary for me. That was a big move, to move from somewhere in the village that was out the way, because I needed the help of the local services that are provided. Now, for the 2 years that I've been in Stafford, I moved to Stafford again in 2020, so it was during COVID, where when I was ill, I retired from the occupation that I was working at the time. And last year, when this issue was raised, my PTSD levels reached a heightened state because of fearing for my daughter's safety. So it sort of moves aside from my own concerns to the concerns of my daughters walking to school with 400 potentially people that no one knows, and no one knows their backgrounds, no one knows what their potentials are going forward. So my PTSD issues with reference to my daughter's safety, again with this issue going on again now because it's been challenged, is heightened. And I do fear for my own mental health as well as my daughter's safety going to the school. Just also like to mention that I've got family that live in Paignton, in Devon and Torquay. and I visit them regularly due to their ill health. And very recently, a number of asylum seekers got put in the Esplanade Hotel, which is on the seafront at Paignton. Now, I know a resident that lives very close to there, as well as my own family, and they've said it's changed the town. They got bussed in overnight. No one knew they were coming. There was pensioners there on a holiday the week before. Then all of a sudden, the asylum seekers were put into this location. Now, from experience of seeing these people and also speaking to my family and friends down there, they say they do wander around the town. They've got nothing to do. They loiter in places. They intimidate people. I personally haven't seen anything intimidating actions by them, but this is what people are saying, that just the fact they're in big groups, they don't talk English, and they've got no real purpose of being there. That concerns the local people of Paignton and Torquay, as I'm sure it does other areas in the country where these people are housed. So, with reference to 400 new people coming into Stafford, I've got grave concerns that it's easy to say, oh, we can do this and we can do that, we'll keep them entertained, but there's nothing of that nature now. The hospital's on its knees. The NHS, as you've heard from the lady just prior to me, has said that the ambulance crews can't cope. And to me, as Mr. Gibson said, it does seem a done deal already. But I feel as though I had to come along today, despite my PTSD and anxiety, to get my point across that I totally oppose of this proposal. I can't see any guarantees for my daughter's safety, and that's about it, really.
Okay, well, thank you. I don't have any questions. Mr. Easton, you?
Neither do I. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I just add one thing, sorry?
Please do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a retired police officer, and I actually got injured on duty, so I've got past experience of dealing with immigrants, because we used to, and asylum seekers, we used to deal with them when they came off the back of lorries, which I know is a different technique to what they use now. They used to come in on lorries, and I've sort of had close contact with these people, and I'm not going to say that they're dangerous, because generally you don't know who you're dealing with, and when they come off the back of a lorry, because you don't know who you're dealing with, that is a danger I used to see and face on a regular basis, and that is what I believe will be occurring in Stafford.
Okay, well, maybe that's about. Is there anybody else who yes, two hands up. Madam, would you like to? Oh, sorry, so I'd say.
I'm here today and tomorrow, so
Okay, well, if you'd like to go, Madam. I think there are, after you, there are two more, I think, but we'll see. We'll see. Good morning. Can I make a note of your name, please?
Yes, it's Catherine Dugmore.
Is it Mrs.?
It is Mrs.
Okay, that helps, thank you. Again, the awkward question about whether you're happy to give your address.
Yes, yes. Well, I live very close to the showground between the co-op and the just off the Western Road, between and up towards the county showground.
Okay, I've made a note of that. Are you speaking on behalf of anybody or
No,
just
just
yourself?
myself.
Okay. I'm guessing you're opposed?
I am.
Yeah, okay. And you're happy to answer questions?
Yes.
Okay. When you're ready, please.
Right. Well, I'm a 64-year-old resident and I live near the county showground. There are 4 little properties that I live within, so we're quite rural and isolated in a way. And until recently, we very rarely saw people, but beside my house, between the houses, we have a track that runs, and the farm has now opened it up, so it goes all the way round to Beacon Farm, and so people can walk now round as a footpath route. And after the pandemic, or during the pandemic, we saw a lot more people coming round. So I've always felt very happy in my house. I've lived there very happily and secure. I've never worried about going out and about. We always left, we very rarely lock our doors when we get up in the morning and we're around the farm. And we've never had to worry. And my husband used to work away, and I lived there with the children, and I never worried. But I do feel very concerned that these poor souls are coming to be dumped in this building with, as other people have said, nothing to do. When you think about how people dealt with lockdown, stuck in houses, in rooms, with nothing to do other than being allowed out for an hour a day. So if these poor souls are coming here, hoping for a new life, and they're locked, well, they're not locked, they're allowed out, aren't they? So they're moving out of these little tiny rooms that it seems to me they're being put into, to go out to do what? They've got no money. I go to the sports centre at Beaconside, I walk there, and I walk to Kingston Hill. But the sports centre, to go and do a dance class that I do, it's £5. So these people, if they're getting just over £5 a day, they're not going to be able to afford to do these activities unless Serco or the government are going to provide these activities for them. In the documents, when you look at the plans, within the building, there's no big rooms to do anything, to have, if people could come in and give them teaching for English, there's no big spaces to do it. They've got lounges, they've got kitchens, but there's, other than the main big open space within, there's nowhere for anybody to do anything other than sleep, stay in their room, possibly live in the kitchen and the lounge. It seems to me it's a terrible thing to do to anybody. So I'm concerned that if these people are out and about, our footpath is very close, would be a nice route for people to walk round and do something. So how safe are we going to be? If they've got no money, they're not being... Do they get adequate food if on £5 a day? We have hens, we have vegetables. Are we going to have petty theft of people stealing our eggs, our hens, whatever? I don't know. So it's that feeling of not knowing quite what we're getting, and that it's not going to be good for the community, and it's not going to be good for these poor souls who are being dumped there. And I'm also very concerned, my other issue is, so that's the sort of safety of us in the community, and really these poor souls who are coming. And how safe is the building if it's now being fenced in? When you look at it, there's two main entrances. Well, there's the main entrance, which is arched. So you're going in under the building to get into this accommodation. There is another entrance out the side. All the stairwells, when I've looked at it, seem to come into the main sort of open air space internally. If we fenced it in all the way round and we've put gates on this entrance in, if we have a fire, and there's been all sorts of problems with various centres with fires, how is anybody going to get out safely? Are we going to have a Grenfell accident here because people are locked in and they can't get out? So I find that very concerning. And there's just no open space. Okay, they've got space internally, but when you look at what's outside, it's not for them officially, because the boundary of this property is up to the building line. They haven't got any open space to just sit out or do things in, other than internally. It seems a horrible thing to do to people. That's all I want to say, really.
Okay, thank you. I've no questions.
Neither do I. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can I... Sorry, lady with the glasses. It's a terrible way to refer to you. My apologies.
Hi, my name's Joanna Mason.
How would you prefer to be referred to?
I'm a Mrs.
Mrs. Thank you. You have to give your address?
I live on Kingston Manor Estate, which is the estate which is just prior to St Mary's Gate as you go down the Tixall Road.
Okay. Yeah, I would have driven past there when I had a look on Monday, thanks. Let me write that down. Okay, you opposed to the...
I'm opposed, yes.
Speaking on your behalf?
On my behalf, yes.
Okay, thank you. Happy to answer questions?
Yep.
Okay, over to you, please.
Yeah, it's fairly brief. We've been talking about Bridgewood this morning, and I had a personal experience of the refugees that are there at the moment on Saturday afternoon when I was in town with my husband. Had I not been with him, I think my feelings would have been a lot more compounded, but even with him, when you're faced with a group of people in a fairly sort of close proximity, you get that sense of feeling of dread, foreboding, because you don't know what they're going to say or do to you. I felt more sorry for a young mum pushing a pram past the group that I witnessed this. So it just takes one bad apple to cause problems. I have concerns that Serco appear to have changed the goalposts since their initial application in terms of now saying that they're going to allow women and families, because I think allowing single women to stay there is a disaster waiting to happen. That's my own personal view. I may be totally wrong. But also it's a bit concerning that the individuals at Bridgewood it was witnessed on Saturday night that they were drinking outside, drinking outside the building, which sort of then I think, well, if they've given I wasn't aware of what their allowance was. If they're being given £5 a day for their food and sustenance, how can they afford to be drinking bottles of beer? And then I think chances are they've probably been stolen. So then you're looking at crime. Also on Saturday evening, there was a witness, I've been told, so this is hearsay, but I have it on good authority that a couple of individuals were using nitrous oxide on the steps of Stafford Crown Court. So I'm thinking, if they are as brazen to do something as that in public, what potentially might they be doing behind closed doors? So then I'm thinking potential drug issues. Yeah, that's all I've got to say, really.
You mentioned the nitrous oxide.
Nitrous oxide, yes.
Did you see that?
I didn't see that. I do have evidence of that, but I would prefer not to sort of disclose that until I've got the okay from the person that witnessed it. But it's basically you put nitrous oxide in a balloon and then you inhale to get a high.
Yeah. Okay, I understand. Any questions from you, Mr. Easton?
Just a couple of short points. You mentioned that you were in central Stafford with your husband on Saturday. Was it evening?
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's still light.
Yes.
And there was a group of people there. What led you to conclude that they were asylum seekers?
They were outside the building, Bridgewood building. They were talking in a foreign language.
Right.
My husband and I actually stopped for a while because my husband had gone to measure up to put the Rotary plaque up on the outside wall of the Bird in Hand, which is where they have their regular meetings. So I stood there with him and observed for quite a, sort of probably about 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay.
So they were from that building and they were talking in a foreign language. So to me that would be a reasonable assumption to make.
Roughly how many of them were there?
There were probably about 10 at the time.
10?
Yeah.
Did they interact with you or your husband in any way?
No.
Did you? And you said you felt sorry for a lady with a child in a pram walking past them.
Yeah.
Did they interact with her that you saw?
There was a bit sort of nudging, and you could see that they were talking about her from the way they were sort of nudging and pointing.
Nudging each other, not nudging the lady with the pram?
No, nudging each other.
Okay. And did they make any explicit threats,
No.
either verbal or physical,
No.
towards you, your husband?
No,
Or to the lady with the
not.
pram?
It's just that feeling of foreboding and worry. Had I been by myself, I would not have chosen to walk past them. I would have taken an alternative route.
Okay. Well, would you have taken the same approach if there'd been a group of 10 teenagers in hoodies?
No,
You'd have walked past them?
I would walk past them, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Gentlemen, you've been very patient. Do you want to step forward, please? Good morning. Yes,
Good morning.
Thank you again for being
Thanks for
so
the opportunity to
patient.
speak.
That's a pleasure. Can I jot down your name, please?
Yeah, my name's Timothy Corley.
So, I missed the surname. I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
I missed the surname.
Corley, C-A-W-L-E-Y.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Corley, you happy to give your address?
Yes, I'm living Cairns Drive, which is about half a mile from the proposed development.
You speaking for or against?
I came yesterday afternoon with an open mind, though I think I'm more liable, to speak against the proposal than for it. My main concerns coming yesterday, and which haven't been allayed really by what I've witnessed so far, is really around the size and the location of the development.
Just before you do,
Yeah.
can I just double check whether you're speaking on behalf of anybody else?
Purely
Okay.
on my own.
Thank you. And are you happy to answer questions?
Of course, yes, yeah.
Far away, please.
Right, my concerns really are in terms of the location of the development, and I think there have been a few points that have already been raised in regard to its proximity to two schools. A lot of stores taken yesterday from the police, Staffordshire Police's impact assessment on concerns around crime and safeguarding, which I thought, and I read that report when the proposal was initially put before the public, and I felt that genuine concerns that the local population had were blithely dismissed. I think that the report really said that there were no concerns. The development posed no concerns for the local population in terms of crime or safeguarding. But in a way that and this is obviously from Staffordshire Police, and I think the report really contradicted itself because it also raised the issue that residents within the centre posed safeguarding issues to other residents in the centre. In my mind, you can't have it both ways. You can't say that, and I guess we're talking here predominantly about men. Men pose risks to women and children within the centre, but they don't pose any risk to women and children in the larger community. And obviously the location of the centre is right next to a large comprehensive school, West, and obviously also Veritas as well. But I think it's particularly my concerns around Western Road, really, because obviously the children are older, they're more liable, I think, to walk to school, and every weekday there's a long line of kids heading up Western Road towards the school. And I think, and someone's mentioned about not wishing to demonise migrants, and I think also you need to be careful not to demonise those people that have concerns about migration and how migration is managed. And I think sometimes there's a reluctance to speak up about the concerns that people have. But given the fact that we know really that the centre will predominantly accommodate men, there are men who are undocumented, there are largely men that have arrived in the UK in bad faith, and again it's been mentioned previously that we know very little about many of the people that come. There have to be concerns around safeguarding, and the report and the police's impact report recognised this. It said that women and kids, those women and kids that would be accommodated in the centre, were at risk. There were safeguarding risks. I would suggest that those safeguarding risks also apply to the wider population, and that's an issue that the police report did not, well, it instantly dismissed. So I have some concerns about the credibility of that report. Also got some concerns about the credibility of Staffordshire Police generally, which as recently as September last year was rated by the Police Inspectorate as inadequate. So in some respects, I think people in Stafford have got quite a history now of being let down by public institutions of one kind or another, and I suggest this is probably another instance of that. A lot has also been said about the impact on public and mental health services in the borough, already stretched, I think, to breaking point. People find it very difficult to organise GP appointments. Mental health services are overwhelmed, I think, by the needs of people. Clearly, many residents in the centre will have complex mental and physical health care needs. It's very difficult to see how those can adequately be addressed within the additional resources that we've got. And I have little confidence really in Serco's ability to supplement that with services of their own. I think also the size of the population. I was actually unaware that we had any asylum accommodation in the town itself. And obviously I'm resident in the town and frequently in the town. And at Bridgewood, I wasn't aware that was actually being used by asylum seekers. And I have to say that whenever I've been in town, you know, I think in response to what was previously said about harassment from asylum seekers, I've never witnessed that, I've never seen it, but I think that's to some extent down to the location of that particular accommodation. It's in town, although there isn't nothing to do. There's a damn sight more to do in town than you would find in a sort of on the edge of a sort of, you know, in a sense, in a largely sort of rural location, which is where we are, really very much on the fringes of town. So it's really about the size. So I think what's crucial here is the size of the accommodation. And I think close on 500 people is concentrating too many people in too small an area. Again, a lot was said yesterday about the government's requirement for local authorities to accommodate up to 0.5% of their population. I think having such a concentration of migrants within such a closed area is clearly inevitably going to cause problems. And it only takes a word said to a child on the way to school, or it only takes a woman being followed, walking a dog, to cause quite, you know, a trigger, and there's kind of real risk, I think, around a loss of community cohesion as a result of that, and people coming into the area to oppose that we wouldn't want to come into the area. You know, we don't really want Stafford to become a target for far-right extremist groups, and I think this might lead to that as a consequence. I think also the point of I think there was also mention about getting into town. It's perhaps a minor point, but the main bus stop into town is on Hydrant Way. It isn't really a bus stop, it's just a very narrow grass verge. And the idea of large numbers of people waiting by that bus stop on a road which currently doesn't have a speed limit, but clearly cars do drive very fast down there, is also, I think, a concern that I have. And I think I've said all it was I planned to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any questions for you. Anything from you, Mr.
I don't have any questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I think that might be everybody who wanted to speak. Oh, no, there's another hand up the back. If you'd like to step forward, please, sir. Sorry, I didn't mean to...
No, you're okay. I didn't put my hand up before. I've only just decided to speak, to be honest.
That's all right. No, that's fair enough. Can I jot down your name, please?
Yeah, it's Martin Wilson.
Martin Wilson. Okay, your address, if you please.
Tixall Road.
Sorry?
Tixall Road.
Tixall. Okay, and are you speaking just for yourself or on behalf of others?
For myself, yeah.
Okay. Are you opposed to the scheme? Okay. Happy to answer questions?
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Okay. Over to you.
I mean, I echo everyone's concerns that I've heard over the last couple of days, but mine are from a slightly different angle. firstly, I've got 3 children. 2 of them are older, who both attended Western Road High School. I've got a younger son who's autistic, who attends a special needs school in Exshall. My wife and I have been recently speaking about trying to give him a bit of independence, let him perhaps walk the dog with obviously close observation. That won't be going ahead if this happens, if the plans go through. Also, so in 2017, I had a night out which went a bit wrong, and other than a clean record, that incident landed me with a 2-year sentence in Dovegate. I did 8 months in Dovegate prison, which is run by Serco, and to be honest, they've not got the staffing levels to even run a prison where they've got the capability of locking people in their rooms to make sure they're not up to what they shouldn't be doing. So I'd be concerned about how they'd manage this facility with 480 people that they've got to keep tabs on. The staffing levels at Dovegate were often lower than they should have been. I was on a wing of between 50 and 80 men, and they were quite often staffed by young lads or even young females that were left on their own. I'd say on a Saturday and Sunday mainly, when you're allowed out yourself for the whole day. I've witnessed it many times where people would have to run off the wing because there'd been an emergency in one of the other wings, and they'd leave a young female on her own with between, like I say, 50 and 70 criminals. Luckily, there was a group of lads there who they were doing long sentences, and they just wanted to get their heads down and do the sentence, and they wouldn't have let anything happen to her. But you've got the potential there for anything really to go catastrophically wrong. And also another point with the houses. I mean, I've lived on Tixall Road. I've owned my house for about 15 years. I was lucky enough to buy it when it was considerably cheaper than what it's worth now. So this wouldn't have much effect on me if the house prices drop, but I think of the people on St Mary's Gate who've spent in excess of 400 grand on brand new houses, and they're mortgaged anywhere 95% upwards, and they're struggling to pay bills with the way things are at the minute. And if it has any effect on their house prices, then they're going to be in negative equity, and we'll be at least in that estate alone, we'll be in a situation like we were a few years ago with Northern Rock, and people having to sell houses at a loss. Yeah, I think that's it really.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any questions for you, Mr. Easton, do you?
No, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask again. Anybody else before we move on? Okay. Well, thank you for everybody's. Oh, excuse me. My apologies. Please come forward. Good morning. Sorry about that. Didn't see you in the corner there. Good morning. Your name, please.
Graham Wilson.
Graham Wilson. Can I make a note of your address?
Yeah, now I live on Chapel Terrace in Stafford, but I am originally from Littleworth area in that end of town, where the asylum centre is going to be.
Okay. Are you just speaking on your own behalf? Or
on my behalf, yes.
Okay, thank you. And you're opposed or in support?
I did come here yesterday with an open mind, like the gentleman said earlier on, but some of the things that I've heard, because I wasn't really up to date with it, stuff I've heard has made me just being opposed of the plans.
Okay, I've made a note of that, and are you happy to answer any questions if there are any?
I'll answer the questions to the best of my ability, but I think that gentleman over there will probably tie me up in knots, so...
Well, you're not obliged to answer.
No, I will do my best to answer
see
them.
how it goes.
Yeah, I will do my best. My team behind me isn't as good as his, I don't think, so... But I'll do my best.
Over to you.
Yeah, okay. Listen, I'll just apologise if I get tongue-tied, because I'm not really good at speaking in front of
just
people.
Just take your time, no one's rushing you.
Firstly, I'd just like to say that a lady pointed out yesterday that our numbers for the percentages of asylum seekers that they've asked Stafford to take has been tied in with Stone's population. I think she said in the 130-odd thousand. Well, Stone's 10 miles away, so the impact on Stone is not going to be impacted at all when the approximately 480 asylum seekers will be based in Stafford alone. So I think that's unfair for that number. If something did have to go ahead in Stafford, maybe they should look at the numbers on a reduced population percentage. The other thing that I wanted to say was a gentleman yesterday, Mr. Grocott, he pointed out that Serco had been approaching local landlords to see if they would be willing to accept asylum seekers with them paying them direct. So I wonder if Serco would publish any numbers to yourself or to the council of local landlords that are already doing this, because if this has gone ahead already and we've got asylum seekers, say, just for numbers example, if we had 100 here already in private houses, then if we've got to accept 480, surely the centre that we've got to house them in would have reduced numbers and not 480. So if these people could be in local landlords' houses spread around Stafford, that would take the number of people needed to be homed in one unit. I do know the building that they are looking at using, and the gentleman opposite me said yesterday he did make a point of saying from the A518 to that building, which is set back on there, that it is a fair walk, but it's probably a 3 or 4 minute walk from the road to the actual gates of that building. But I don't think it's fair to say that people that have got nothing to do all day are going to stay in that centre. They are going to come down to the path, where obviously it's been reiterated that the school children walk past and parents walking their children to school might feel a bit uneasy. I'll probably be a bit unpopular by saying this, probably with the people sat here, but I think it's not fair to say that all the men there are going to be sex offenders or whatever, and they're going to try touching your children up or saying stuff. You might get, like they say, one bad apple out of a few. But my concern more is like street robberies that happen anyway, and the people are probably more interested in eating than getting a new girlfriend or thinking they're going to get a girlfriend, so they might be more intrigued trying to take the kids' money or anything like that, or people walking, like pinching stuff off people that are walking. I don't really want to say anything else, to be honest. I've actually been in the prison service myself. I actually worked in a prison, which was Stafford Prison, and that area that Stafford Prison is located on now, I would say, with my local knowledge of the prison and with the unit up there, is probably 5 times bigger, and they house approximately the same amount of people, and that gives them people. So you've got five times the space for the same amount of people, give or take 40 or 50. That kind of space for them is what they need, and there's a lot more going on in that prison there and stuff to keep people's minds occupied, and so they're trying to do better than doing no good. And certainly the staffing levels for a prison is like 1 to 30. So you'd have 1 officer per 30 inmates. I know they're not inmates up there, but they still need guidance, and they still need to be watched over a little bit. So for safeguarding members of staff, you're going to have a lot of staff up there. What's been pointed out, that they say it shouldn't impact on our NHS around here, which is currently like the back's broken of it, because they're going to have their own health centre inside. Well, their health centre would be very much the same as like Serco's health centre in Dovegate and prisons they run, which is exactly the same as what public prisons run. And their medical staff can only do so much, but once you get like heart diseases, cancer, leukemia, anything like that needs proper treatment, which I'm afraid doesn't matter whether you're an asylum seeker or normal member of the public, then you've got to go to that hospital, which is going to then put an adverse effect. I did have a little look at the police report. It wasn't very good, to be honest. You've got 2 areas of shops on Kingston Hill, and then you've got someone by the Notting Plough pub, the other end. If there's people in there that need food, they will go and they will steal if they need to eat. And £5 a day isn't anywhere near. I actually went in the shop, the co-op up by the Notting Plough, and bought a pack of butter and a shower gel. It was £5.15. So they're nowhere near with the money. If they're going to put them in that, give them some more money so they can eat, rather than take a bit off the profits. I did have one more point, but I think I forgot it, sorry.
Do you want a moment to see if you can remember it?
No, I don't think what I say on my iPod. Yeah, go on then. That's all, thank you.
Okay, I have no questions for you. Anything from you, Mr. Easton?
Yes, thank you. It's just a point of clarification. You say you used to work in the prison service, and I think you said that in terms of staffing ratios, you'd expect one officer per 30 inmates?
That's the government. That's what they... That's their numbers. Okay,
fine. So that answers the question I was going to ask next, which is where does that come from?
Yeah, that's...
All right. And I'm not in any way, shape or form comparing what my client's proposing with a prison.
No, nor am I, to be honest.
No, good. But on the basis that we are talking about 481 people, up to 481 people, if you had a one person per 30, that would be, I can't do this in my head, I'm afraid, but that's about 16.
60, I think it's around 60, yes.
16, 1 6.
Oh, sorry, 16, sorry.
16,
yeah.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much, that's all I have.
Can I add something to that? I'm not asking you a question, but that's 16 people on a shift, and that's officers, that's not, they're basic officers. Then you've got your admin staff, because there's got to be an admin team there.
Sure.
Then you've got your healthcare, and then you've got anything, like if any other, I don't know if you call them security guards or whatever, I don't know what's going on there. But that's 16 people per shift. On an 8-hour shift, you've got 48 people, and that's just your officers. So when you add, if you based it on 30 people, say, a day, on 3, that's 90. 90 off, that's 90 staff that would be there.
No, I understand that. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I remembered what I was going to say as well.
Please do, yeah, I'm glad you did.
I was just going to say that, like, I've grown up in Littleworth, which is the area that's going to be near. And anyone else who's from around there would say that it's a multicultural area. We've got a lot of different nationalities that live around there from the 80s. Like we had Indians, Pakistanis there, Sikhs, and we've actually got a Sikh temple in there. None of them people have ever had any problems that I'm aware of, and I've been around this area all my life. I think, would it not be better if these people that have got to come over to Stafford, would it not be better that they've spread out so they're housed like on different estates, so they're all spread across Stafford fairly, so it's a big area that we could spread them around, and then in a community they'd probably be more accepted, and where they're going to struggle, you'd probably find that there's families on them roads that would help them. If you've got families coming in, they'd have children to play with in different areas, they'd be into different schools. Because if we're saying that families are going to come up to there, it's putting the local strain on just one school, which is Veritas, and there's St John's, which is another primary school that's not been named, which is half a mile away, if that. So if it was spread around, then you would get a better, I think you would get a better welcome from the people of Stafford, because I don't think people of Stafford here are saying, we don't want them here, we're just saying it's not ideal where you're trying to put them. That's all I've got to say anyway.
I'm tempting fate now, aren't I? Double check there are no more.
I've had permission from the gentleman that took the photograph to share that with you, so I don't know if that bears any relevance, if you need to or want to see it, but I have had permission from him.
If it could be put into the council so that they can share it, hopefully electronically or in some form. Thank you for clarifying. Okay, I think what we'll do is take a break now. It is 5 past. We take a 15-minute break until 20 past, if everybody can come back promptly, and if the council's next witness, Mr. Wedderburn, can get himself set up, that would be helpful. So, adjourn now. We'll resume at 20 past. Thank you. Gentleman indicated to me just during the break, he just came to the front and asked if he could potentially speak, but after this witness. I'm not sure why, but there's no issue with that. If you'd rather speak after the witness, that's fine. So we'll come to that. I don't know whether it was perhaps it would. Is it just a matter of you'd like to hear it? Because it might affect whether you want to speak or not, or you do want to speak?
No, I think I'll be leaving.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll come back to you in a moment. But we'll hear first from the council's second and last witness, Mr. Wedderburn. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much. Mr. Wedderburn, to introduce you to the inquiry and for your notes, sir, from paragraph 1.2 of his proof of evidence. You're Matthew Wedderburn?
I am.
And you're a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute?
I am indeed.
And you tell us at paragraph 1.2 that the evidence that you give in your proof and that you will give to this inquiry is your true and professional opinion based on your knowledge and experience, and you understand your professional duty to give evidence on the basis that is irrespective of by whom you're instructed and in the accordance with the guidance of the Royal Town Planning Institute.
That is correct.
Yeah. And you also set out your qualifications and experience. You're a graduate of the University of Reading. You've got a master's degree in town planning from the University of Newcastle. You've been a chartered member of the Royal Town Planning Institute since 1996. And you've been a senior associate at Knights since April 2016. And you set out your previous experience both in the private and public sector.
I do.
Good. Can we please take up the Statement of Common Ground, which is at core document C7.
I'm looking at that now.
Yes, and as we can see from paragraph 1.1, it's a document that was drawn up by the main parties with a view to narrowing the issues. And the first place I want to alight, please, is section 4, the application plans and drawings. And the appellants have produced as existing drawings of the building, floor plans, and also as proposed. But as I understand the position, Serco may want a little bit more flexibility in the internal layout of the buildings than as shown on the proposed drawings. Is that right? Is that your understanding?
That's also my understanding.
Okay. But just looking, if we could, at core document A12, which is the ground floor plan, just to get a feel for what is proposed. And if we focus in on the top right-hand corner, which is the Brockton block, by enlarging that on our screens,
I'm looking at that now, yes.
we can see that there are 4 parts to Brockton on the ground floor, labelled A, B, C and D. D is an administrative area, which we'll come to in a moment. But A, B and C, I think, are what, in the vernacular, we are calling clusters. Is that, I mean, they're flats in old money, aren't they?
I've heard the description cluster given to the existing layout with bedrooms off a kitchen diner area. Yes.
And what's proposed, if we looked at area A, that would be a flat with a kitchen dining room of a certain size, in case of area A, 20.8 metres. And then 2 bedrooms of 9 and 9.1 metres and 2 bedroom lounges of 11 metres or 12.3 metres with sundry bathroom facilities. So, in effect, 4 bedrooms and a kitchen dining area.
That's the layout, yes.
Whereas, if we look up to area C, we can see there's a kitchen dining area of about, well, of precisely the same size, and then again, bedrooms/bedroom lounges of various sizes. And the inspector, no doubt, will have looked at the layouts shown, and there are between 4 and 5 bedroom lounges, depending on size, depending on which parts of the accommodation you look at across the piece.
There seems to be some minor variation, but I agree with you.
Yeah. And then area D is an administrative area where the medical facilities rooms are, the offices, a kitchen, dining, lounge for staff, and so on and so forth.
Yes.
And that's the setup. So far as communal amenity space outside those clusters, as I understand the position at the moment, there is very little, if any, shown indoors on the proposed plans. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
Yes, I would agree, and I'd go further. The layout, as you put it to me as a question before, is relatively uniform. It's clusters of bedrooms, some en suite, some not, but there isn't a wing of currently administrative buildings. In a student hall, you might sometimes get a dining room, or they may call it refectory in old parlance. You might get some kind of common room or lounge. There aren't currently those sorts of facilities. I think a previous witness suggested it was just the accommodation block, and there would have been other facilities available to students. So no, to answer your question more succinctly, there's not.
Yeah. And it's the intention, as you understand it, that in effect, the residents of the clusters, whether it's an all single male cluster or an all single female cluster or a family cluster, would do their cooking inside the kitchen, inside the cluster. There would be no central dining facility.
Indeed, on these proposed layout plans, there are no changes to the layout I described of that nature.
And as I understand the position from reading the evidence, it's proposed that each flat or cluster will have a washing machine. And therefore people will do their laundry in their flat/cluster. Yeah. Okay. So far as outdoor amenity space is concerned, where does that exist, so far as you're aware?
The building is a sort of regular shape, but it's effectively got a square within it of open space. It's currently closely mown grass. I think the measurement of that is something just under 0.5 hectares. It's a relatively contained area. It's got building on all sides, but yes, there's some open space in the centre.
Yeah, and certainly the red line plan, I think, has the area of that space indicated on it.
Yes, and no other space.
Well, that was my next question. Is there any other amenity space associated with the proposal? No. The inspector will have seen for himself that there are football pitches and so on and so forth around and about. And that immediately to the east of the building, there is a piece of open field between the building and the cemetery. But is that included within the proposal, either as red line, within the red line, or as blue line land?
The application site boundary on the site location plan is drawn tightly to the building and enclosing the access road. There is no other land within it. So no, the area you described lies outside of the red line. And also, it isn't indicated in blue. No, as that normally shows land that's in the same ownership in the general vicinity of the site. And no, it's not indicated in blue either.
Okay. And if we go back then, please, to the Statement of Common Ground, in section 5, the Statement of Common Ground then sets out the reason for refusal alighted upon by the committee that we have heard about. Section 7 is headed Planning Policy. And we can see that the Section 38.6 duty is identified in paragraph 7.2. The statutory development plan is set out in paragraph 7.3 and 7.3. And then at 7.4 is the agreement that my friend Mr. Easton mentioned yesterday in opening, that it was common ground between you and Mr. Jackson as the planning witnesses in this case, that the proposed use is agreed to be in accordance with relevant policies of the development plan. Now, I know that there is something that you want to draw attention to in your proof of evidence to the inspector. So would you like to do that now? I think it's paragraph 4.2 in your proof.
Yes.
Just to clarify,
can do that.
That whatever you say in your proof, you do regard yourself as having signed, as continuing to sign up to paragraph 7.4 in the Statement of Common Ground.
Yes, I wanted to point out that the Statement of Common Ground and indeed the Statement of Case correctly represent the Council's position in this appeal, but there is a stray sentence in the paragraph in my proof of evidence, which Council has just referred to. It's paragraph 4.1, sir, if you'd like me to just clarify, as Council has suggested. The paragraph I'm referring to, 4.1, describes the determination of the planning application, and there is reference there to a policy in relation to presumption of sustainable development, and indeed there's a reference to paragraph 11D of the framework, and also the words significant demonstrably. As a practicing town planner and others in this room may recognise some of those words and paragraph references. These refer to something which is often popularly referred to as the tilted balance in situations, and paragraph 11 describes the situation where there's a presumption in favour of sustainable development. If I can just give some context, I think what's happened here is a drafting error, and I've, as a practicing town planner, some wording has been imported from another appeal that I've been working on at the same time, where I've represented the appellant in a case where housing land supply was at issue. Obviously, as a planning consultant, I'll often be working on multiple appeals, and I think with Council's suggestion I should point this out.
Yeah.
I wanted to make clear that that particular paragraph has a sentence, or is it two? I think it's just one sentence there, but that does not represent the Council's position. We've been looking at Statement of Common Ground, and I'd also referred to the Statement of Case where that matter's clear.
Okay, so
just for that, so that I'm clear, what am I to do with 4.1? Strike it out, or?
I'm happy to be questioned by the appellant, but I would not be holding to that position. Yes, I would say that the reference to, well, particularly paragraph 11D, and that implies that the tilted balance is in play. It's at odds with the Statement of Common Ground, so yes, I would ask you to disregard that.
So let's just look at that. 4.1 has a sentence that begins with a factual statement. The planning application was considered by the committee on the 27th of July. Can that stay in?
Yes.
Yeah. And then thereafter in that paragraph, you deal with the matters we've just been discussing. I think what the inspector's are asking is, do you want to put a heavy black line through all of that?
From the words in accordance in that paragraph.
No, members of the committee.
Yes. The first sentence is factual about the determination. It's the sentence beginning in accordance with policy SP1, presumption in favour of sustainable development, paragraph 11D. That refers to the tilted balance, and up to the end of that paragraph, that does not represent the Council's position in this appeal. It doesn't represent my position.
Okay.
So I'm still, sorry to intervene, but I'm still slightly unclear as to whether, I understand that, but it's still not clear whether that's something that needs to be, that long sentence, whether that needs to be struck out or not.
Yes. I thought that the witness indicated that did, but we better just confirm
It didn't go quite that far, Mr. Richards.
Sorry, yes.
Yes.
I would ask that that sentence be disregarded.
And for further clarification, have you got a copy of the framework handy? Could you just look at paragraph 11? And we've just been talking about paragraph 11D, which you say is not applicable here. Yesterday in opening, my own friend Mr. Easton opened the case on the basis that this was a paragraph 11C case, subject to material considerations indicating otherwise. What's your professional view on that?
The Council, we have not identified policies that it does not accord with. So yes, we can start with that, that premise.
All right. So that the inspector, as the statement of common ground, is recording at paragraph 7.4. Is this statement, is the inspector looking for material considerations to determine this appeal other than in accordance with the development plan?
Yes, that would be the next step, having identified whether there would be any policies that is offended by the proposal, and as has just been discussed, there are no policies identified by the Council that the scheme offends. The question then is, are there any other material considerations?
Yeah. All right. Good. And then the statement of common ground, then at section 8, sets out matters not in, other matters not in dispute, including, as Mr. Easton identified in opening yesterday, paragraph 8.4, that there is an urgent national need for asylum seeker accommodation and that the demand for accommodation is rising. And that remains your position?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Acknowledge that.
Yeah. So far as the staffing level proposed at the appeal site is concerned, that's set out in the design and access statement and I think in the Serco proofs. Do you have any comment about that or any expertise in staffing levels you could bring to the table?
I have clearly absolutely no expertise in staffing such facilities. In terms of any comment, I'd just say there seems to be a little inconsistency in the figures that we've been given. But I guess there could be differences between the amount of staff employed and staff on shift, and there was some discussion of that with the previous third party.
Okay. We have identified, with the assistance of the inspector, main issues that seek to look at the fear of crime, community cohesion, social inclusivity, and health service impact. So I want to look at each of those in turn now. So far as fear of crime is concerned, it's set out as proposition 1 in your proof of evidence beginning at paragraph 4.8. And the way that you've approached the matter is at 4.11. And you have reviewed the authorities and the policy and summarised your position at paragraph 4.15.
I have.
There has been a criticism that public concerns are not justified and irrational. From what you've read and heard, what's your response to such a criticism?
A response in two parts. I mean, I think first of all, as a town planner, it is absolutely clear that fear of crime can be material. First of all, that's a matter of law, and the particular case, the West Midlands Probation Committee case, is, I think, the authority in this. So it's a matter of law. It's also then taken through into planning advice from government in the MPPF. It's very clearly set out in the MPPF that fear of crime is of material consideration. Then the question would be whether those concerns are, to answer your question, are they justified? Are they reasonable in the circumstance? We've heard a lot from people who are actually here over this morning and yesterday about their concerns, and that only strengthens, the view I've taken from the research I've done putting this proof of evidence together, that there are significant issues in terms of fear of crime, and the council's position was that unacceptable harm arises.
And at paragraph 4.35 in your proof, you refer to your appendix 5, where you produce extracts from a number of the responses to the planning application where fear of crime was raised.
Yes.
So was this an exercise you did or the council did?
The appendix is put together by myself.
Yeah.
It's part of my proof of evidence, and it's drawn on in the written statement in the evidence.
And I think you've identified 40 local responses. I think we know. How many responses were there from local residents in total?
There's both the responses to the appeal, obviously 481, I think, in that case. I forget the exact number from the planning application. I'd have to check the officer's report. Something in the region of 200-300.
Right, okay. So these, were these 40 the only ones where fear of crime were mentioned, or is this just a snapshot?
No, it's a sample. It's intended to be representative. Obviously, there are some fairly short ones that were substantially redacted and didn't offer anything. So it's not necessarily entirely what's the word, representative sample of the ones that mention fear of crime. But it's certainly, there's no particular attempt to sift them in any way. As you probably, when you look at that appendix, some of them are long and detailed, and some of them are quite short. So no.
Yeah. And then, just picking on some of the themes, walking routes to schools has been mentioned both in your appendix 5 and by people giving evidence orally today and yesterday. What's your reaction to that evidence and to the land use planning consequences if the sorts of action were taken by parents that have been discussed came to pass?
In planning terms, it has to be about the use of the land rather than concerns about the occupants that may not be entirely well founded. But if it's about the use of the land as a asylum seekers centre, and this is where the council's concern in the refusal reasons comes from. It's the nature of the use of that land. It's the scale of the centre that's proposed, and it's its location. And yes, I mean, you mentioned the particular question of the use of the location of the schools, picking up the third sort of strand. The schools are in close proximity, and going back to the consultee responses to the planning application from local people, and indeed the responses to the appeal, which I've read a substantial number of those. Many of them do mention the issue of the location of the schools and the concerns they have about safeguarding of children.
And if children stop walking to school, is that regarded as a good thing or a bad thing by the planning system?
the planning system, has a number of strands to do with sustainable travel and also to do with healthy lifestyles. And in both of those, it would have a detrimental impact, yes.
Then the other thing you do in or the next thing you do in your evidence, paragraph 4.38 and beyond, is to draw attention to a number of press articles. What do these articles show you, insofar as the community's fear of crime is concerned?
What the press articles show is that in relation to a range of sites, Derby, Cannock, Knowsley, Skegness, that there have been incidents of some sort. These sites maybe, have differences to the proposal here, but in all cases they are sites for accommodating asylum seekers. In all cases there have been incidents that would lead anybody who lived local to those proposals. It could lead to the same sort of concerns that we're seeing here in Stafford, that there's a fear of crime evidenced. And certainly the articles do detail a range of incidents.
A number of people have commented that the asylum seekers' daily routine is going to be suboptimal on the basis of the government approach, including that they would have very little money. The phrase £5 a day has been bandied about. Your Appendix 1, please, is an extract from the government website which details what cash support is available to asylum seekers.
Indeed.
And have you relied on this as being accurate?
Well, it's from Gov.uk and it's recent, so unless there's been an update overnight, I think it should be accurate.
Yeah, and on the first page, 3/4 of the way down, there's a bold heading: cash support.
Yes.
You see that? You'll usually get £45 for each person in your household. So that's the usual thing. This will help you pay for things you need like food, clothing and toiletries. If we look further down, on top of the next page, there's a bold heading: if your accommodation provides your meals.
Yes, I can see that.
If accommodation provides your meals, i.e. some sort of central catering, you'll get £9.10 for each person in your household instead.
Yes.
So what does that tell you about the government's intention as to how much of the £45 is intended to be for food and what's left over for everything else?
I mean, it's clear to me looking at this that this is a very small sum of money to exist upon. The £45 a day, which the maths, it's slightly more than £5 a day, but it's not very much. And then if you look at taking out the amount for food, and the £9.10 that would be left would be for toiletries, clothing, mobile phone bills, anything else that might be needed. So it tells me that the government makes available a really small sum of money for asylum seekers to subsist upon. I think if you compare it to income support, for instance, it's probably a little over half. I'm not an expert.
Okay, it is important to acknowledge that there are some additional payments for pregnant mothers and those with either babies under 1 or children aged 1 to 3. And then, under the heading education, a little bit further down, your children must attend school if they're aged 5 to 7. we know that there may be families in the IA.
That's my understanding.
But so far as you understand the proposal, will children in IA be required to go to school by Serco?
There's documents within the material before the inspector that refer to educating children on site. I believe that it's not intended they access local schools. Indeed, the education authority's response to the planning application is on that basis.
Yeah, okay. We also know, thank you, set that document aside. We also know that asylum seekers in this situation are not allowed to work, but they are allowed to volunteer.
Yes.
But otherwise, what provision for any activities have you seen that Serco is proposing to organise on site to form part of the daily routine of asylum seekers?
Within the evidence before the inspector and the spill, there's proofs of evidence from Serco employees and indeed a rebuttal from the Serco's planning witness that do refer to activities that may take place. But it's the word may. From my point of view as a chartered town planner, when you've got a planning application, you're looking at what's secured within the application. And there are certainly a number of things that Serco referred to that happen on other sites, as I understand it, often in partnership with other agencies or the voluntary sector. But that isn't necessarily part of the scheme, and certainly isn't at this point in time in terms of the planning application.
Yeah. In your proof at paragraph 4.24, you quote an example of another inspector in a hostel for asylum seeker case, reaching conclusions about lack of employment and tending to stay around the hostel and the local area. What's become known as, at this inquiry, as hanging around. Have you also read the two letters from the local MP who gives a report of such instances causing some concern to local residents in Penkridge?
Yes, the letter from Theo Clark MP, yes.
Yeah. And so what's your judgment as to the materiality of that sort of evidence and situation in planning terms, in the planning balance in this case?
The question that one asks firstly is it a material consideration, fear of crime? And yes, it clearly is. Indeed, we heard one third party earlier describing the effect on her as being almost so severe as the crime itself. And then the question will be whether, in this case, those particular concerns are justified and reasonable. And in my judgment, they are. And then the question in making a planning decision is for the decision maker is what weight do you give to those concerns in determining a planning application?
And what weight do you give them in the planning balance, and what weight do you commend the inspector should give?
I consider that the harm that would be caused locally through fear of climate and the other concerns the council has are significant and would outweigh the compliance with policy.
Okay. Now, in terms of the government's approach, the Home Office approach, and we've heard of from Councillor Beattie about 3 possible models. One, what she described as pepper potting, small units, small groups of asylum seekers amongst the local community. And again, we heard a local resident this morning commending that approach. And then we know that there are the institutional responses like hotels, converted accommodation, of which this is a large example. And then latterly we've read in the evidence, which is where I want to go to next, the government's latest proposals for very much larger groups. And it's the core document J series. If we could go to that, please. And to J3, first of all, the overarching accommodation sites fact sheet.
I'm looking at that
from the
now.
Home Office. And we can see that there are going to be these new sites, some of which have been announced, including RAF Scampton in Lincolnshire and Wethersfield in Essex, and then a site at Bexhill in East Sussex, and also the barges, and also it said a further accommodation site in the Prime Minister's constituency, Catterick Garrison, will be brought forward in due course. Does that sound to you like another MOD site?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. And the we can see from the second page, from the bold heading near the top, the new alternative asylum accommodation sites, that the government's aim is alternative, more appropriate, cost-effective accommodation. And in the second paragraph, basic and functional accommodation. And in the third paragraph, government-owned former military sites will deliver better value for the taxpayer while managing asylum seekers in a more orderly and effective way without placing an extra burden on housing. And then at the bottom of that section, in all these sites, there will be comprehensive healthcare provisions in place to reduce pressure on local GP and NHS services, catering facilities on site, and with 24/7 security. But just pausing there, what do you understand the reference to catering facilities on site is? Does that sound to you like centralised catering, or does it sound like individuals catering in flats?
That was just a little bit on the leading side.
Well,
it's certainly the case that they're talking about comprehensive healthcare, reducing pressure, and catering facilities on site. It sounds to me like there would be meals provided. I know there are models where meals are provided in IA centres.
Okay. And then, under the heading, lower down that page, who will be on these sites? We can see, for example, that at RAF Scampton, there is proposed to be up to 2,000. Do you know what borough or district RAF Scampton is in?
I believe it's in Lincolnshire, but I couldn't say which.
Okay, well, will you take it from me? Well, will you take it from me that it's in West Lindsey district? My next question is, have you done any research on what the population is of the district of West Lindsey?
I don't know the population of
you don't know.
West Lindsey.
Okay. Can we then move on to the last issue of impact on health services? In your view, is it appropriate to compare as a baseline the position with occupying the sites with 481 asylum seekers as compared with the occupation of the site with a greater number of students in the past? Is that a proper comparison to make in the circumstances of this case, in your view?
I think there would be some significant differences between the two cohorts. The students would have lectures to attend during the day. They'd also have, as young people with some funds, they'd have social activities they want to undertake. They're also able to take employment, and many students have part-time jobs. But also in the nature of being a student, you're generally not resident in the one place for a lot of the time. So, for instance, your GP may still be in the place that you originally came from. So I think the impact on local services and the way the students would use the site would be considerably different in planning terms. I think there would be differences that arise.
If this appeal were to be dismissed, have you seen any evidence that suggests that students would return to living in these buildings?
No, I'm not aware of anything that's within the appeal evidence saying that students are about to return, might be likely to return.
Okay.
Clearly that could happen, but I've not seen anything.
Okay.
Actually, can I just clarify
Yes.
on that point? And sorry, just as I'm supposed to be as clear and honest, I understand there are some residents still in the unit. I think something like a dozen, 12, 14 or so. Perhaps the other team will know. But there are still some. So when the question, will the students return, I think there's a very, very small number still there.
Yeah. Well, no doubt Mr. Jackson's got the facts and figures at his fingertips. That's fine. Yes, thank you very much. I think that's all I want to cover with you. So perhaps you wait there, and no doubt Mr. Easton will have some questions for you.
Before you launch in, I'm just wondering about timing. I think you indicated about 2 hours for
I don't think it'd be that long, sir.
Okay. Well, on that basis, we'll press on now and see where we get to. And
Yeah, if we can come in at about an hour, that takes us just beyond 1 o'clock. I know that Mr. Wedderburn will work with me to achieve that objective. Thank you very much.
Okay, please press on.
Thank you. Mr. Wedderburn, you are not a council officer and you weren't involved in the consideration of the application, were you?
That's correct. I'm not a council officer.
When were you first instructed, please?
I haven't got the date to hand, but it would be around about the start of March this year.
So sometime after the appeal was submitted?
Yes.
Yeah.
It could be the end of February, but it was around about that time.
In any event, I don't really mind whether it's February or March, but it was, you were instructed after the appeal had been submitted and the appeal process was running, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
And what were the nature of your instructions? And by that I mean, were you instructed to defend the council's reason for refusal?
Well, in so much as a consultant representing the council's case, that's effectively correct. I mean, what one could decide not to take the engagement if one was not comfortable with that situation. But yes.
All right. The reason I'm asking this question is that in your written evidence and to a certain extent in your oral evidence, you've used the expression on quite a few occasions saying it is the council's case that, the council's concern was that. So I just want to be absolutely clear, please, having recognised that your obligation as a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute is to provide your professional view and your obligation is to the inspector, do I take it that when you are saying something like the council's case is that, or the council's concerns are that, you are seeking to represent what you believe the members' concerns were as opposed to your professional view?
No, I'm not seeking to separate myself from the council's position in that way.
Okay. Fine. You know, don't you, that the council's professional planning office has recommended approval of the application?
I do.
Yeah, sorry. I don't want to go all the bill on you and say for the benefit of the tape, Mr. Wedderburn nodded his head, but if you could... nodding's helpful, I can see that, but people need to hear whether you say a yes or no answer.
I did say I do, but I will continue. I'll speak up.
You did, I heard.
Thank you very much. And you're also aware, aren't you, that no statutory consultee, including in particular the police, raised an objection to the proposals?
That's correct.
Yeah. And so far as the planning professional advice to members was concerned, you would characterise that, I think you would agree, as within the bounds of a reasonable assessment of the merits of the case. You just take a different view.
The planning officer, yes, summarised the situation as they saw it and made a recommendation to committee.
Yeah.
Committee took a different view, and I, as a chartered town planner, I hold to that latter position. Yeah,
okay, understood. But you can see that there are a range of possible responses to an application such as this. And ultimately, from a planning professional's point of view, one has to reach a series of planning judgments having regard to the correct legal and policy framework, doesn't one?
Indeed.
Yes. And I don't think you're suggesting that the officers who recommended approval, 2 members, were so outrageous in their recommendation that it was an irrational recommendation. I don't think you go that far, you just disagree.
Yeah, if you'd like me to answer succinctly, yes. I disagree. I mean, I don't disagree. The longer answer would be that it's about the weighing up of the material considerations, the weighing up. Obviously, in this case, it's in conformity with policy, so it's whether you give significant weight to those other material considerations. And in my judgment, the other material considerations should have been given more weight by the council's planning officer than they were. I don't know how finely balanced in the council officer's mind the decision was, but clearly I do take a different view, because I would come down in a different place.
Okay, there's nothing in the officer's report that uses the expression, for example, on balance, I recommend approval.
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you. And so it's a matter of... So you've read Mr. Jackson's evidence and his rebuttal, have you?
I have.
Yeah. And so you recognise, don't you, that you are the only planning professional who has considered the merits of the appeal scheme, who takes a different view, who recommends to the inspector that the appeal be dismissed?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Next, please, a few questions about the decision-taking framework. The statutory starting point, as you and I both know, is Section 38(6) of the Planning Compulsory Purchase Act 2004, which says that decisions should be made in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. Yes?
I agree.
And put another way, Section 38(6) gives rise, doesn't it, to a statutory presumption in favour of plan-led decision-making.
That's correct.
Yeah. And we don't need to go to it again, but you were taken in evidence in chief to paragraph 7.4 of the Statement of Common Ground, in which there is agreement that the appeal scheme is in accordance with the development plan taken as a whole.
Yes.
Yes, fine. So it follows from that common ground, doesn't it, that there is a statutory presumption in favour of granting planning permission?
That would be the starting point, yes.
Yeah. Would you take up, please, the National Planning Policy Framework? I don't know, sir, whether it's a core document in and of itself, but...
It is.
I think it is.
Yeah. I think it's H1.
H1, thank you, sir. So would you go, please, to paragraph 11?
I have that in front of me.
And I think you accepted an evidence in chief that we're in a situation where paragraph 11C applies, which is where the presumption in favour of sustainable development means approving development proposals that accord with an up-to-date development plan without delay.
That would be my assessment.
Yeah. So not only is there a statutory presumption in favour of plan-led decision-making, in this particular case there's a policy presumption in favour of granting planning permission through paragraph 11C, isn't there?
I agree.
Yeah. Okay. Can we add a few additional introductory points to this? It's right, isn't it? There is no land identified or designated for asylum accommodation within Stafford Borough.
There is not.
Yeah. There is no policy requirement, is there, either at the local or national level for Serco or anyone else who's promoting asylum seeker accommodation to carry out a site selection search beforehand to see whether or not there are more suitable locations to promote the scheme?
There is not, and just as an adjunct, there is no detailed policy guidance on the location of asylum centres.
And I don't think, with the exception of identifying some alternative models, that the council has identified a location which would be better suited to accommodate this number of asylum seekers within Stafford Borough, has it?
No.
No, and neither have you?
No.
And again, this may be a situation where I'm asking you to offer a view on behalf of the council, but it's right to note, isn't it? There's no objection in principle to accommodating asylum seekers within Stafford Borough, whether they are in interim or dispersed accommodation.
No.
Thank you. Next, it's a matter of common ground, isn't it? There's an urgent national need for asylum seeker accommodation, which is rising.
Yes.
Yes. So granting planning permission would go some way to meeting that need nationally, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And we can agree, can't we, that the planning system has a role to play in meeting that need?
Where the proposals would require planning consent, it would then fall to the planning system to consider that.
Yeah, okay. And so in circumstances where there's an urgent and pressing need which is increasing and a scheme would go some way to meeting that need, that is a material consideration in favour of the proposal, isn't it?
That would be one of the material considerations that would need to be considered in this case, yes.
That is a material consideration in favour?
In favour, yes, absolutely.
Thank you. And in carrying out your planning balance, forgive me, I may have missed it, but I don't think you ascribe any weight, do you, to meeting the need for the urgent, pressing and increasing need for asylum seeker accommodation?
I don't think it's detailed anywhere, but it's certainly not something that I'm unaware of in terms of my position that I've reached in my evidence.
No, I understand that, but so when I'm preparing my cross-examination, all I can prepare is what you've written down in your proof of evidence,
yes,
as opposed to making assumptions about what may or may not be in your head, Mr. Wedderburn. And so I think it's right to note, and if I'm wrong, no doubt my learned friend will draw to the inspector's attention and your attention anything in the proof where you have addressed the planning balance in that way. But I think my point to you is that in terms of the planning balance, you have left out of account a positive material consideration, which is the meeting to a certain extent of an urgent and pressing need for asylum accommodation. That's right, isn't it?
It is, though I would note that I'm co-author of the statement of common ground that's before the inspector in the inquiry, so it's not something that I'm dismissing or ignoring.
All right. Next, please. I went over this with Councillor Beattie yesterday in some detail. but just your confirmation, please, that granting planning permission would not cause Stafford Borough Council to exceed the cap of 0.5% of the population that's identified in the Home Office dispersal memo. That's correct, isn't it?
In terms of the information I have, I believe that's correct, yes.
Yeah. Point of clarification, that next, please. Can you take up core document J1, which is the letter of the 27th of January from Theo Clark MP? You were taken to this in evidence in chief with specific reference to concerns that have arisen in Penkridge, but I would rather you look, please, at the last paragraph on the first page.
I'm looking at the
Yeah,
letter.
so Stafford Borough remain against the use of accommodation in this concentrated way and feel that our agreed migration number of 137 for the whole borough could be better accommodated through working with local council and housing in smaller placements. Can you help us, please, with where that figure of 137 has come from?
No, as I think you'll be aware that there's other evidence in the appeal in relation to the announcement by the Home Office, the dispersal system and the apportionment, I think, would come to a different figure to that.
It would come to a figure of, I think, 684.
Yeah.
But you can't tell us here today that Stafford has somehow reached an agreement with the Home Office that they should accommodate a lesser number than 0.5%.
No, I'm going back to your first point. I don't know the derivation of that figure, where that's come from, no.
Okay. All right. Penultimate introductory point. There's no evidence, is there, that the appeal site would do anything other than lie dormant and unoccupied if planning permission were refused?
I'm not aware of any evidence, no.
And so, to that extent, granting planning permission would be inefficient use of previously developed land?
I would agree.
Yeah, okay. And just so we can locate ourselves in terms of national policy, would you take up again, please, the MPPF, National Planning Policy Framework? So, paragraph 124 says, planning policies and decisions... Sorry, you there? You there?
Yeah, 124.
124, yes, please. Planning policies and decisions should support development that makes efficient use of land, taking into account the identified need for different types of housing and other forms of development and the availability of land suitable for accommodating it. So, to the extent that converting former student accommodation within an existing building and buildings would go some way, I think, as we agreed, to provide a form of accommodation for asylum seekers, there is national policy support in paragraph 124A, isn't there?
Yeah, it's meeting identified need for different types of housing. I think it would.
And so, to that extent, that is another material consideration that weighs in favour of granting planning permission, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Final introductory point is this, and I think it emerges from the topic we've just discussed, and that it's no part of the council's case, is it, that the granting of planning permission for asylum seeker accommodation is going to have an adverse impact on the housing stock within Stafford Borough Council?
No, it's not.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to deal with the three issues that have arisen out of the reasons for refusal, then I've got a few wrap-up points. So I'm going to deal first of all with the approach that we as planners need to adopt in relation to the fear of crime as a material consideration. So, 5 points. First of all, the fear of crime is capable of being a material consideration. We agree that, don't we?
We do.
Yes. It is not automatically a material consideration. There are a number of further tests that need to be satisfied.
I agree.
Yeah. Second, the fear of crime must be objectively justified, mustn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Third, it must have some reasonable basis.
Yes.
Yeah. And that reasonable basis has to exist irrespective of the number of representations that are made against a particular proposal.
Yes, and that's a normal principle in planning applications. It's the points that are made rather than the sheer number.
Yes, thank you. And the fear of crime must relate to the use in planning terms of the land rather than assumptions not supported by evidence as to the characteristics of future occupiers. That's also right, isn't it?
Yes, I recognise that wording.
Yeah, but that's one of the tests that needs to be satisfied, isn't it? Okay. And forgive me, it wasn't entirely clear from your evidence in chief, but is it your judgment as a planning professional that it is an inevitable consequence of using land for an asylum seeker facility that crime will arise?
My position, and indeed I think it's the council's position, is that we're not alleging that crime would arise, it's fear of crime. But there could be crime. That fear could actually be realised in crime.
All right. So you've read the West Midlands Probation Committee case. I'm not going to cross-examine you on the law. That's for lawyers to speak about. But I think you will know, won't you, that the West Midlands case involved a bail hostel.
I do.
Yeah. And in the case of a bail hostel, one of the things that the court considered was that it would be reasonable to take the view that as a necessary consequence of the use of a building as a bail hostel, that crime is likely to arise as a consequence of that use. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. I asked this question, and I can make submissions on it, but are you placing an asylum seeker facility in the same category as a bail hostel in that regard?
No, and going back to your earlier question, the point about fear of crime, obviously it is known that people in a bail hostel have been sentenced for crimes. But in this case, it's the fear of crime. And the question then is, does it affect people in the area in terms of their reasonable use of other land? But in a broad sense, it's in the same category in as much as fear of crime is arising. That's the link between our case and the West Midlands Probation Board case it's the fear of crime issue is the link. So I don't place it in exactly the same category in the sense of description of a prison from one of the earlier third parties. But the question is, does a fear of crime arise? So I'd say yes.
All right, fine. Well, that's enough for me to be able to make submissions on your approach, so thank you for that. Now, in terms of the final sort of framework point about fear of crime is that if any one of the tests that we've identified and agreed are applicable are not satisfied, then fear of crime cannot be taken into account as a material consideration, can it?
Correct.
Yes, thank you. In terms of evidence, and again, we've heard a lot of evidence, and I've cross-examined Councillor Beattie on it, but first point I'd make is this. We know that there was no objection from Staffordshire Police in relation to this proposal, don't we?
We do.
Yes. And as a statutory consultee, particularly responsible for tackling crime, preventing crime and ensuring public safety, you would invite the inspector to give substantial weight to the views of the police service, wouldn't you?
I would.
Yes. And you, on behalf of the council, don't produce any statistical evidence, do you, to demonstrate that if asylum seeker accommodation is allowed or takes place, whether that's interim accommodation or dispersed accommodation, that there is an increase in crime either caused by or to asylum seekers?
You use the word statistical there, so no.
No. And so to the extent that there is any evidence, it's entirely anecdotal, isn't it?
There's evidence within the appeal, within, for instance, my statement in terms of the appendix of occurrences elsewhere that have led, where there have been public disturbances and there have been arrests, there have been incidents that involve crime. So it's a question about the fear of crime being reasonable, and yes, there is a fear of crime here. Right. There's no statistical basis to that. It's more that there are instances that have been identified.
Yeah. All right. Well, you've mentioned the articles you've produced at Appendix 6, but you helpfully summarise what you believe they say at page 12 of your proof. So can we go there next, please? And you say, at paragraph 439, you say, I draw attention to a number of press articles provided at Appendix 6. The first one is Derby Telegraph, 2018, regarding local residents' allegations of antisocial behaviour by occupants of Loverstock Court, Derby. Irrespective of whether these are accurate and justified allegations, the potential for rising tensions within the local community is clear. A couple of points about that. Antisocial behaviour is not necessarily the same thing as criminal activity, is it?
It need not be criminal, potentially, no.
And you make the point at the end, is irrespective of whether these were accurate and justified allegations, the potential for rising tensions within the local community is clear. Now, we're dealing here with the question of whether or not there's an objectively justified fear of crime. The fact that there may be the potential for rising tensions within the local community is not objective evidence, is there, of an increase in crime. It's just an indication there may be rising tensions.
There were clearly incidents occurring. The reference there is whether they were accurate in terms of exactly what occurred. The details, one wouldn't want to suggest that this is entirely factual, but there was clearly concerns. Yes.
Okay, so there were allegations.
Yes.
You then go on. It's interesting that this is in the section of your brief where you refer to the test that the concerns are genuinely held and objectively justified. In your second sentence, you dismiss whether or not they are objectively justified because you say, irrespective of whether these were accurate and justified allegations, the potential for rising tensions within the local community is clear. That's not the test, is it? For something to be objectively justified, the allegations need to be accurate and justified, don't they?
I take your point. The wording is clumsy, but that's not the intention to back away from suggesting that.
Next instance is your Appendix 6B, BBC News article noting racist graffiti being investigated by police at Loverstock Court, Derby. Now, whoever was responsible for that, I think we can agree, can't we? It's highly unlikely that it would have been the asylum seekers themselves.
Yes.
Yeah. And insofar as fear of crime might be relevant to the spraying of racist graffiti, do we know whether the police followed that up or whether the incident actually happened?
I've not got further information to hand now.
Okay. And then Appendix 6C, over the page, which is Express and Star article concerning protest in February 2023, Cannock Town Centre. I think you produced the same article, don't you, that Councillor Beattie produced?
I think it is the same article, yes.
Okay. And we can note that particular article, which covered a protest in the town centre as opposed to next to one of the hotels where asylum seekers accommodated, didn't in of itself give rise to any arrests or criminal activity.
No, just to answer that, it didn't give rise to arrest, but it's clear, and there has been discussion of that incident elsewhere in this inquiry, that it has contributed to the fears of crime that people have, because it's a relatively proximal location, and people are well aware of it. It's been, well reported, obviously, in the local press, and that, I think, is the point of, of including that particular example.
Yeah. But this is, again...
So I'm not disagreeing with you, I just wanted to put that as an adjunct to the answer.
And then 6D, which is a reference to protest outside a building housing asylum seekers at Kegworth in Leicestershire. Demonstrations advertised on social media, the organisers citing concerns about the impact on local service. A large crowd gathered and one person was arrested. So again, no evidence of any criminal activity carried out by the asylum seekers who are being housed at Kegworth, is there?
No.
And what was the arrest for?
I don't know, and I don't know if the person was charged either.
No. Okay, thank you. And then we have the coverage of the incidents in Knowsley. Now, Knowsley concerned protests outside a hotel that was accommodating asylum seekers, wasn't it? Rather than the sort of
that's correct, I believe, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And insofar as there were any arrests in relation to violent disorder, those were arrests of people who were demonstrating against the asylum seekers rather than arrests of the asylum seekers themselves.
Yes, I think that's correct.
All right. And I think and the final article you have referred to is a rally of about 200 people at Skegness, said to be organised by a far-right group, and also details a protest in Newquay, where some 100 people holding signs saying refugees welcome met opposing marchers. Just looking at the Newquay protest, would you say that around 100 people holding signs saying refugees welcome would give rise to a genuinely held and objectively justified fear of crime?
No, but I do, if you can let me continue, I do think that a situation where you've got two opposing groups coming together has the potential to lead to quite significant public disturbance. And I think that is the case in a number of these. There were some supportive protesters.
Yeah. But I think the article that is in your Appendix 6H doesn't identify there having been anything other than rallies in Skegness and in Newquay, and certainly doesn't indicate that there are any criminal activity took place or any arrests were undertaken, does it?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next set of questions presupposes that the inspector disagrees with us and that you have satisfied him that the gateway test to demonstrate that fear of crime as a material consideration have been passed. If we're in that situation, it'd be right, wouldn't it, for the inspector to consider what mitigation is proposed and would be possible to be secured through the planning system to limit the weight, to limit the concerns in relation to fear of crime?
Yes, that would be appropriate.
Okay. And he would be entitled, wouldn't he, in fact probably obliged in our view, to take into account a number of matters. You would agree, wouldn't you, that Serco as a company is particularly experienced in managing asylum seeker accommodation?
But in those terms, I have to agree, yes.
Yeah, okay. And I think you've seen the consultation response prepared by the Designing Out Crime Officer, which is the collective response from the police service, which refers to a number of different measures that would be recommended, including provision of CCTV, the gating up of the main archway, etc., etc. Now, to the extent that the inspector thinks that those measures are necessary, all of them could be secured by condition, couldn't they? We can look at, I mean, if I'm trying to cross-examine you efficiently now, but I don't want to take you at a disadvantage. So if you want to look at the consultation response from the police, let's have a look. It is at B8, thank you.
I have that.
I mean, just to set what is said in context, if we look towards the bottom of the first page of the letter, sorry, sir, do you have it? There's a number of lines of emboldened text which start off by saying Staffordshire Police would have no objections to the application, but would like to raise the following. And then there are a series of requirements. So, Staffordshire Police note the number of objections from within the local authority. This may result in some community tension. Bearing this in mind, strongly recommended the grounds and the building are made secure for the safety and well-being of the occupants. Now, that is something that you will agree, as being responsible for the asylum seekers and operating the buildings, Serco would be mad not to provide that sort of level of security. Do you agree?
And all I can do as if I were the planning officer or in my capacity here, is say what I consider about the planning application, and those things are not part of the planning application. I'm not suggesting that Serco wouldn't do them, but I've no real knowledge of that.
Right, okay, and then can we look, please, there's a heading that says security. Plans don't mention any additional security for the building, however, the following are recommended. Existing entrance to residential blocks is via the archway, and there's a recommendation that there should be created a lobby area to provide additional elements of security. That's going to be done by Serco, isn't it?
I think I'd give the same answer that I gave to the previous question. I won't repeat it. But
I mean, you've read the Serco evidence, and you recognise, don't you, that in operating any asylum seeker facility, they are bound by the contractual terms that they have with the Home Office in providing that service. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. And you've got no reason to suspect that Serco would do anything other than comply with those contractual terms, have you?
I would assume that they will. You're asking me very close questions, and I realise why, but if I can just make one response. I mean, there are examples where facilities haven't been well managed. It may be that they're not Serco facilities in some cases, but certainly some of them are, and some of the instances I describe, I think, are, in my proof, are facilities run by Serco. Some of the hotels where there have been incidents that have been discussed at this inquiry, I believe, are run by Serco. Now, I'm not suggesting that Serco wouldn't want to do these things. You put it to me, it would be mad not to. But I'm not in a position to suggest that you will, and there might be a suggestion that you wouldn't. I don't know. I would hope that you would want to manage it well.
Yeah, just stepping back for a moment, just thinking about this in the real world. The planning application, planning permission, if it's granted, will be limited to 2029. Yes?
That's
an agreed condition, isn't it?
Agreed condition, exactly.
And if Serco or whoever were operating the facility coming up towards 2029 wanted to continue operating it, they'd have to make a fresh planning application, wouldn't they?
That would be correct, yes.
And if during the period of operation, which I said to Councillor Beattie yesterday would be in the region of in a maximum 5 years, if during the operation of the facility it became apparent that in terms of security, operational matters generally, the safety of residents of the facility, that it wasn't working and that there were adverse planning consequences, then the council would be well within its rights to refuse any extension to the planning permission, wouldn't they?
If I can give more than a one-word answer to that, I agree.
Yeah.
However, that's a common scenario with a local planning authority. You may consider a temporary permission, but you wouldn't normally consider it for that length of time. It would typically be a year or 18 months. And over that period, you closely monitor whatever it was, the concerns that the local planning authority or the other regulatory arms of the council had. That's not the type of way this has been pitched here as a planning application, as a temporary permission, as a trial run to see whether the impacts are appropriate. This is for a longer period.
Yeah, well, it is. It's longer than 12 months. That's a mathematical truism. But I don't think the council, either through its officers or Councillor Beattie or you, have yet taken the point that if temporary permission is to be granted, it should be for a lesser period of time, have you?
We have not.
No.
I just wanted to make the point that the council hasn't covered it, that it's a temporary permission for a short period of time to monitor those impacts. It's not seen as that, it's a longer period.
Yeah, I mean, but you'd be perfectly aware, won't you, of circumstances where temporary planning permissions are granted for 4 or 5 years?
Yes.
Yeah, and there's no specific policy guidance, either locally or nationally, which places a cap on the period for which a temporary planning permission can be granted, is there?
No.
All right, so in light of that, in the particular circumstances of this case, there's a very strong incentive, isn't there, on Serco to operate the facility in a way that minimises, as far as possible, any adverse planning consequences associated with its use.
I'd go back to the previous exchange. You asked me the question about the temporary permission. In my experience, a temporary permission for those sort of reasons would be shorter. This is quite a long period for that purpose. But yes, it would clearly be unhelpful if Serco did want to continue to operate the facility. But I mean, that's not before the inquiry that Serco's intention is that it continue necessarily beyond that date. I think there's reference in the design and access statement to the lease only being to that date. I mean, I understood that was the reason for the period. But in any event, yes, I would, as I said before, I would hope and expect that Serco would operate the facility appropriately.
Okay, can we go back then, please, to the letter from the police? And there are a series of headings: security, personal safety and community tension. I think with the exception of community tension, it'd be right to say, wouldn't it, that if the inspector disagreed with us about our position on being contractually obliged to carry out these types of, introduce these types of measures, wasn't sufficient and it needed to be controlled by condition, I think all the recommendations offered by the designing out crime officer could be controlled by a condition, wouldn't they? With the exception of community tensions. I'm not.
Without going through them exhaustively, my general impression would be that's correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Before we leave the question of fear of crime, I'm going to take you briefly through a number of the appeal decisions that you append to your proof, which are all within, I think, Appendix 3. You will agree, as an experienced planner, that each appeal has to be judged on its own merits, having regard to the policy context applicable at the time and the factual circumstances that were relevant.
I agree.
Yeah, okay. Now, with that caveat in mind, can we go, please, to the first decision, which is back in 2005, Edgbaston, Birmingham, and that's something you expressly mentioned in your proof of evidence. And that was an application and an appeal in relation to material change of use for the premises as a hostel, that was the alleged breach of planning control. But within the text of the decision letter, there's reference to hostel for asylum seekers. That's paragraph 2 of the decision letter. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And then can we scroll forward, or turn forward, please, to page 4. Where the inspector identifies the main issues.
Yes.
Well, the change of use of the houses to hostel use represents a loss of existing housing stock, and if so, whether there's an identified social need for the conversion. Now, you'd have read the decision letter that the inspector didn't find in the council's favour in respect of that issue, and it's not an issue that the council relies upon in this case, is it?
No.
No. And I'm going to come back to the second one. The third issue is whether there's adequate outdoor amenity space for the likely numbers of occupants. And having read the decision letter, you could note that the inspector didn't find in the council's favour in respect of that issue either. That's right, isn't it?
I know you don't want a one-word answer. The purpose of including this appeal is more the inspector's comments on how asylum seekers would be perceived in the locality. We're not suggesting that this case, in terms of the main issues or the way it panned out, has those obvious parallels with the Stafford case.
I know why you put this in, Mr. Wedderburn, but going back to our agreed caveat at the beginning, relevant policy context, relevant circumstances, and one needs to read decision letters as a whole to get a clear impression about how the inspector reached a decision. Yes? All right, so the second main issue, and this is why I think you said you put this in, cumulative effect of the conversion in conjunction with the hotel site and the amenity of nearby residents and the character and appearance of the area. And the inspector reaches a number of conclusions at page 6.
Yes.
And if we look, please, at paragraph 25, nearby residents also refer to the increasingly shabby appearance of the houses and the unsightly effect of washing hung from windows, all complaints of noise and disturbance caused by shouting and unruly behaviour. Appellant explained it had been necessary to install steel security gates, steel mesh fencing and barbed wire at certain points, apparently to deter women from leaving the premises at night and then getting into the premises at unsocial hours and causing a disturbance. Not convinced that these reasons have been fully explained. And then he goes on to say the adverse visual effect of the security measures can be dealt with by way of condition, but the need for such measures, to my mind, indicates that there must be a degree of noise and disturbance associated with the use of unsocial hours that is inconsistent with the amenity of neighbouring residential properties. I consider the additional 37 bed spaces in the pair of houses raises the scale of the establishment and its adverse effects to an acceptable level contrary to UDP requirements. So the basis on which the inspector rejected the appellant's case there was to do with adverse impact on residential amenities as a consequence of noise and disturbance, wasn't it?
Yes, there's that difference, yes.
Yes. And that is the issue that the inspector identified in that appeal, and it's not an issue that the council or you raise against the appeal scheme, is it? Noise and disturbance?
No, it's not.
Thank you. And then next appeal decision is Cambridge House. I think that was in Greenwich. Decision from 2000. And that was in relation to a homeless hostel, wasn't it? Rather than asylum seeker accommodation. Yes. And so in terms of the factual and policy context, the inspector didn't have before him in 2000 the agreed position that we've reached at this inquiry, that there is an urgent, national, pressing and increasing need for asylum seeker accommodation to weigh in the balance. Did he?
He did not.
No.
Or she. He.
And I've read this decision letter, as I'm sure you have, otherwise you wouldn't have put it in, Mr. Wedderburn. But there isn't reference, is there, in this decision letter to fear of crime as a material consideration.
I don't think those words are used, no.
No. But if we look, please, to page 3 of the decision letter, and there's a heading that is issue 1. In fact, there are 2 issue 1s. The first issue 1 is privacy. The second issue 1 is noise and disturbance. Okay, and then we can look, please, to paragraph 19. The inspector having... No, let's go to the top of page 4. Can we see 3 lines down from the top? It says, having referred to watching TV, etc. It said, whilst individually these activities would not necessarily be antisocial. Do you see that line? 3 lines up from the top of page 4. 3 lines down from the top of page 4.
Yep, I'm on that line.
Whilst individually these activities would not necessarily be antisocial, cumulatively the combination of such occurrences emanating from such a heavily used building would, I consider, result in an unacceptable and sustained increase in the levels of background noise in this generally quiet area. The inspector then goes on to say, for all the above reasons, I conclude the proposed development would have an unacceptable effect on the living conditions of the occupants of the houses on Bloomfield Road by reason of loss of privacy and noise and disturbance. So that is one of the key reasons why that appeal was dismissed. And as you confirmed a few moments ago, noise and disturbance is not part of the reason for refusal or your case at this appeal, is it?
No, there would be other relevant aspects, but no, it's not.
No. Nor is the loss of privacy part of the council's case or your case?
No.
No.
I think it's issues to do with the scale of the development and social inclusion issues that would want to draw from this
right.
inspector's attention to.
And then the final decision that you append in Appendix 4 is a more recent one. It's a case in Wakefield where a planning application was made and refused in relation to a homeless hostel.
Yes.
That was the proposal, wasn't it? And then I just want to take you to a couple of references. If you go to page 2, paragraph 11, so I recognise that there are many reasons for homelessness and not all homeless people cause crime and antisocial behaviour. However, as is evident from Marshway House, so Marshway House I think was a pre-existing homelessness hostel, and in other parts of the decision letter the inspector drew attention to concerns about the way in which that site operated. Yeah?
I think that's correct.
Yeah, okay. However, as is evident at Marshway House, homeless accommodation can have associated difficulties in relation to crime and antisocial behaviour. Pause there for a second. That's that inspector forming a judgment, isn't it, that inherent in the use of land as a homelessness hostel, it are associated difficulties in relation to crime and antisocial behaviour. That's the third of the fear of crime test that we touched on.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. He said, I appreciate that the proposal would assist in helping vulnerable people to come off the streets and away from using inappropriate shelters such as bins. I also accept that in all probability providing extra accommodation capacity would help to reduce homelessness pressure on the street. Nevertheless, no details have been provided to show that the mix of residents using the proposal will be significantly different to those using Marshway House. Therefore, due to the lack of detail regarding the safeguarding measures, there would be no certainty that the proposal would not have similar crime and antisocial behaviour issues to Marshway House. The inference from that last sentence is that had detail regarding the safeguarding measures been provided to the inspector, and had it been satisfactory, they might have taken a different view.
Yes,
Yes.
I think you can infer that, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And then paragraph 12, in conclusion, the proposal doesn't demonstrate that there would be sufficient safeguarding measures in place to ensure that the living conditions of the local community would not be adversely affected by an increase in antisocial behaviour, crime and the fear of crime in the area. So whilst this decision does mention the fear of crime, it's a case that only goes as far as saying that if there are appropriate safeguarding measures to mitigate those potential impacts, it may be appropriate to grant planning permission. Correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm pausing there because I've noted the time. We're making good progress, but I think I've probably got another 20 minutes. So I'm in Mr. Wedderburn's and your hands as to whether or not...
I tend to look at the witness. Would you rather press on, Mr. Wedderburn?
Well, there's re-examination as well.
If it helps, there will be some re-examination, perhaps 10 minutes.
Okay, well, shall we break for lunch then?
Yeah, I think on that basis we will. Mr. Wedderburn, you're obviously in your witness bubble, so you obviously can't interact with your team or indeed anybody else. So please, I'm sure everybody wants to be polite. Please leave Mr. Wedderburn alone. He's not allowed to talk to anybody. We'll break now. Is everybody happy with 50 minutes for lunch today? Okay, we'll adjourn then until 10 to 2. Thank you. We're now adjourned. Is resumed, and we'll continue with your cross-examination, please, Mr. Easton.
Thank you very much, sir. The next topic I'm going to deal with is impact on social inclusion within the community. And so that I understand how you put your case on behalf of the council, would you turn to your proof of evidence, please, Mr. Wedderburn?
Yes.
So you introduced the topic at paragraph 463. We said the council considers the proposals don't represent an acceptable approach to housing people seeking asylum safely within the existing community. As set out above, the proposal would create a large and segregated group within the wider local community. As such, it would be harmful to social inclusion and wouldn't represent sustainable development. Okay. And then at paragraph 465, you make reference to two policies in the MPPF, National Planning Policy Framework, paragraphs 92 and 130. And I think those are the only national policies to which you draw attention in your proof anywhere, aren't they? Apart from paragraph 11.
You'd have to correct me, but I believe that to be...
Yeah, apart from paragraph 11, to be fair. All right, so can we look, please, at those two paragraphs? 92, first of all. So paragraph 92, and I think you, in this context, social inclusion, I think the only part of paragraph 92 that you refer to is 92A. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
So planning policies and decisions should aim to achieve a healthy, inclusive and safe places which promote social interaction, including opportunities for meetings between people who might not otherwise come into contact with each other. For example, through mixed-use development, strong neighbourhood centres, street layouts that allow for easy pedestrian and cycle connections within and between neighbourhoods and active street frontages. So just a couple of things in relation to that policy.
So it's, I'm sure people are trying to be quiet when they have conversations, but it is a bit, it is audible at the front, so if try and keep the noise down. Thank you.
Okay, so if we look at the introductory words, planning policy decisions should aim to achieve a variety of different things. It's not expressed in the form of a development management policy, and by that I mean that if, for example, a particular scheme did not promote social interaction, can I suggest that that in and of itself would not give rise to a freestanding reason for refusal? It's an aim as opposed to a specific requirement.
On its face, I think that is a fair point. However, I would suggest in considering that paragraph and considering a particular proposal, you would need to see whether, if it's apparent that the proposal is far from meeting the requirements, you then need to take stock of how serious an issue that was in terms of your overall view on the planning application as a whole.
Yeah, okay. Well, on the assumption that a failure to promote social interaction, including opportunities for meetings between people who might not otherwise come into contact with each other, is a specific policy requirement, development management. I don't, yeah, for the purpose of this question, I'm assuming that you're right. Now, through liaison interaction with community groups, through volunteering, through playing football, there's a whole variety of opportunities out there arising out of granting planning permission for this appeal scheme that would allow the promotion of social interaction.
As I think I've said in relation to a previous question, the issue here is to determine for this better is to determine the appeal on the basis of the scheme that's in front of them. They're used the word opportunities, in fact. There are certain things that are alluded to in proofs of evidence that are happening on other sites elsewhere. There are certainly things that could be done, but whether any of that forms part of this scheme, no, it doesn't.
Right. So if the sort of things that you have read about as being provided on other schemes were secured through the imposition of a condition, that would address your concern in relation to paragraph 92A, wouldn't it?
Obviously, it's a hypothetical scenario. It could be the case that there would be measures potentially that could address that, but those measures aren't set out in a plan or anything that we can consider here, so I can't give you a firm answer on that.
Yeah, but you know, don't you, that in determining any planning application, a decision maker, whether it's an inspector or a local planning authority, needs to have regard to whether or not conditions could be imposed that would alleviate the harm. And so in that sense, it's not hypothetical, is it? It's part of our collective role to see whether or not it would be possible to impose conditions that would be necessary to make the application acceptable in planning terms. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, fine. And so if the sort of things that are set out in the proofs of evidence on behalf of Serco were secured to your satisfaction in order to promote social interaction between the asylum seekers and the wider community, that would meet the objective, wouldn't it, of paragraph 92A?
I can't, on the face of it, accept that premise because we don't have those details.
Well, you do, you just mentioned them.
My position here is that the scheme is unacceptable, it causes unacceptable harm in some of the planning balance. That points towards refusal. That's my position. I mean, yes, there would be measures that could improve the scheme. Whether that would get to a point where it would have my support, that's hypothetical. But yes, I mean, I accept that that's something that could be looked at.
Okay, and then the other paragraph is paragraph 130 in the MPPF. And in your proof, you refer to two of the sub-paragraphs, D and F. Can I just deal with D first of all? So paragraph 130 is in the chapter in the framework that talks about design, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. So planning policies and decisions should ensure that developments, paragraph D, establish or maintain a strong sense of place using the arrangement of streets, spaces, building types and materials to create attractive, welcoming and distinctive places to live, work and visit. That just isn't relevant to this proposal, is it? That might be relevant to new build housing estates, so not relevant to this proposal, which is a change of use of an existing building.
No, I don't accept that. As the section itself says in referring to development, well, change of use is development. Change of use is development. So the question will be whether the building or the layout of the site in question here contributes to those things. How do you measure it against those criteria? As I see it, it may be primarily intended for new build development, but it's still relevant.
But
obviously, if a building or a layout is poorly designed in the context of those issues, that's relevant.
Right. It's no part of the council's case, particularly if one looks at the reason for refusal, that planning permission should be refused for anything to do with the design of the building.
It's not.
No. And I don't think it's not explicitly part of the council's case in the reason for refusal that the individual cluster flats and the individual rooms are insufficient in size from a design or amenity perspective for the purpose that they're intended to be used for.
The relevance here would be the change of use of the building, the layout, the configuration of the building. Does the change of use have implications because of the layout or the design of the building? In terms of social inclusion, I believe that there are issues there.
Right. And then the other part of paragraph 130 that you refer to is F. Create places that are safe, inclusive and accessible, which promote health and well-being with a high standard of immunity for existing and future users, where crime and disorder and the fear of crime don't undermine the quality of life or community adhesion and resilience. So that, I think that's the policy hook on which you hang your case in relation to fear of crime, isn't it?
Well, there's another MPPF paragraph, but yes.
Yeah, okay. And I've asked you questions about fear of crime. Can I lay my cards on the table, please, Mr. Wedderburn in respect of this issue, impact on social inclusion within the community. Is that not just a different way of expressing the council's concerns about fear of crime? I'm trying to understand how the two are different from each other.
No, I do see it as different.
Okay.
Fear of crime is capable of being a material consideration. The fear of crime here is the residents' fear of crime. That's something specific and different to considering the wider urban issues in relation to social inclusion, how the community as a whole works in terms of creating a very separate enclave here. It's not necessarily about crime, it's about that integration in a wider sense.
Yeah, okay. You know, don't you, that there will be no specific restrictions on the liberty of the people who are living in Stafford Court?
I do.
Yeah. And they'll be free to come and go. And so I think the difference between us in respect of social inclusion is whether or not through the planning system it is possible to secure measures which would foster and facilitate links between the residents of the appeal site and the wider community. That seems to be the issue between us in respect of social inclusion. Am I right in expressing it in that way?
We had a previous exchange and I think that's fair.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, no more questions about social inclusion then. Finally, healthcare, and there's a few wrap-up points. So far as healthcare is concerned, you know, don't you, that a medical room is going to be provided on site for interim accommodation service users?
That's shown on the proposed plans, yes.
And so that the funding for that particular facility is provided by the Home Office independent of funding for local NHS services, and so therefore isn't an increased demand on existing healthcare services.
I obviously don't know the details of funding arrangements, but one would be concerned about how that funding is spent if it then meant that there were certain professionals working locally that moved into that facility and those posts weren't filled quickly. But I take the point that it's separate funding, yes. I'm not disputing that.
In respect of those residents in the dispersed accommodation part of Stafford Court, insofar as they will need to access healthcare services, they're further down the line in their immigration journey, aren't they, if I can put it that way?
That's my understanding too, yes.
Okay. And so in that respect, as a matter of law, they'll be entitled to access to healthcare services, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Yeah. And to the extent that there are any issues, and we've heard extensively from local people about the difficulties in obtaining GP appointments, on gaining access to hospitals, etc. To the extent that those issues exist locally, they can't be laid at the door of asylum seekers who aren't currently here, can they? That's a wider systemic problem.
The impacts would come from yes, asylum seekers come into the country means that there's more health needs and more needs for health resources. I mean, yes, I mean, it's a bit like traffic generated from a development. There would be additional traffic and same with health needs. But I think the council's point is that it's not been clearly demonstrated to us that those needs wouldn't have an impact on existing resources.
Right. Okay. I suppose the generation of traffic's a useful analogy to use. So, if a particular proposal is going to generate additional levels of traffic that are going to lead to a severe impact on the local highway network, then quite often there'll be an engineering solution to that, which will cost money, and the developer will fund the engineering solution. Yeah?
Yes, I've given you an analogy. I don't know how far that's going to go, but I'm sure there are differences. But yes, broadly.
Yeah. Or, I mean, being more precise about it, you will have. Do you ever deal with residential schemes?
Yes.
Okay. And I imagine you will have come across situations where there's an increase in population by virtue of a new housing estate,
Yes.
and the local NHS will seek a financial contribution, whether that's to an extended existing GP surgery or to provide additional services, in order to mitigate the impact of an enlarged population. You'll have come across that situation.
I've been involved in schemes with that scenario, yes.
Okay. Now, so to the extent that we can assume, can't we, that when the, I still can't remember the name of the current acronym, I'm just going to call them the Clinical Commissioning Group, CCG. So to the extent, when the Clinical Commissioning Group made their representations in relation to this appeal scheme, if they considered that it was appropriate to seek a financial contribution in order to mitigate an impact caused by the dispersed accommodation residents, that would have been a matter that they could have requested, isn't it?
Could have been a matter, yes it
Yeah.
could, but if I can just give a little bit
Sure.
more of an answer, there'd need to be that understanding. Certainly in a highway sense, it would fall to the, in a situation of planning application, the applicant to have provided evidence to back up the planning application, which would consider those traffic impacts. And here, I think there were initial response. I think you're right, it was from the CCB, the Integrated Care Board, is it ICB? I think?
ICB, yeah, fine, thank you very much.
They expressed some concerns and they didn't have the data, I think is perhaps the neatest way of putting it. There
Okay, a couple of things. First of all, if they didn't have the data, they could have asked for it, couldn't they? Yes. If they didn't have the data, asked for it, and were provided with it, and they considered that a financial contribution would mitigate or allay their concerns, that's something that they could have done, isn't it?
I agree.
Yeah. They didn't do any of those things, did they?
No.
No. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, very last point, and it's a short, self-contained point. As an experienced planner, you know, don't you, that even though development proposals may have an impact on house prices locally, and that is a concern expressed in many cases, not just this one, the impact on land values is not a material consideration.
It's not material, no.
Thank you very much indeed. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Wedderburn.
I've no questions for you. We already know there are questions in re-examination, so I won't even ask. Over to you, Mr. Richards.
Thank you, sir. Again, I'm going to do it backwards. So can we start with healthcare, while it's still fresh in your memory? And the consultation responses that we've got are core documents B1, 2 and 3. Can we just go to those? And I'm hoping that they're in chronological order, but I'd better just check that.
I think they may not be.
Yes, they're not, you're quite right, but B1 is the first one.
Yes. I've got that in front of me.
Where we can see that at that stage we were still dealing with the CCGs, so that will help us. And after some introductory remarks about strategic planning and decision taking, we get a heading, the submission detail and local infrastructure, and a description of where the site is located and the catchment areas. The site's located within the Stafford Central Primary Care Network, with the nearest primary care premises being a branch practice, Beaconside Health Centre, of which we've heard, which currently has a shortage of gross internal area and clinical rooms to serve the current patient population across the main practice.
I can see that in front of me, yes.
Yeah. And then a detail about where it falls outside the catchment of. And then the last paragraph says the submission states that the initial accommodation facilities are the only part of the site where families stay and support service they will need during their short stay within the facility, typically 4 weeks, are delivered independently and therefore do not require any support from the local authority infrastructure. Unquote. And then it's requested that further clarity. So that was the point you were making. Initially, they wanted further clarity.
Yes. Yeah, I suggested they raised some questions, some queries, had concerns.
Okay, then you're quite right. The next in time is core document B3. A letter from Philip Murphy at what is now called the ICB. I spoke with the senior commissioning manager about this particular case. Certainly agreement that any position which seeks to use the former student use as a fallback would be misguided, because there's no existing demand pressure. Therefore, the position that there will be a net reduction for the impact on health services, not a statement which you attribute any material weight to. And then there will be a demand on primary health care to ensure a health assessment every person arriving in initial accommodation. Referrals can include antenatal and postnatal care, active health problems, mental health services, child health, appropriate triage and care treatment for those presenting, so on and so forth. What is requested in this case is clarity that the physical space to be provided on site for the provision of healthcare will be suitable for use and provide the following, and then it lists it. Yes?
That's in front of me, and I agree.
Yeah. And then, a day later, a further email. If there's no way of controlling the suitability of the space for clinical use, i.e. by way of a condition, in your view, then there's nothing further that I can add. I think it's been put to you today that there is a way of controlling it by condition, so perhaps that debate has been resolved. And then it goes on to say, material relevance at this stage to fit out the space that can be hopefully be tailored to specific specifications required by providers through discussion with Serco, and the 19.7 square metres.
Yes.
So far as you can see there, what's the assumption by the ICB about where the residents will be treated?
They're assuming that the residents of the IA, to use that acronym, will be treated on site.
Okay.
I don't think they've got the clarity they wanted with regard to the DA, because they asked a question about whether the residents of the DA might also potentially be treated on site. I think the working assumption is not, but obviously I'm not.
And if we go back to then
and
if we go back to B1 and our starting point, as to whether the starting point, if you'll recall, was the stated shortage of gross internal area and clinical rooms at Beaconside.
Yeah.
What's the implication about there being a sufficient accommodation in clinical rooms to treat the DA population if they were to register with a GP at Beaconside?
It appears from that, and you would assume that the ICB are the best people to tell you that there isn't the capacity. And just to make a sort of follow-on point, in a situation like this, you might, in some circumstances with planning applications for housing, get a request for an additional consulting room at a surgery from the local NHS, that facility be provided. That's obviously not there in this this consultation response, but it almost feels like there's a series of responses that ended because the application was about to be determined.
Yeah. You asked some questions about paragraph 92 of the NPPF. Can we just go to that?
I have that in front of me.
And the questions centred around 92A leave out a concern as to whether we're considering paragraph 92 under a social inclusivity head or a fear of crime head. But does paragraph 92C have any relevance to this to the decision our inspector has to make, in your view?
Yes, I believe it's relevant. Do you want me to enlarge on that?
Okay. And then you were asking questions about the 3 appeal decisions that you produce in your appendix. is it 3? Yes, your Appendix 3. And the first one at Edgbaston, where you were asked questions about the appeal being dismissed on noise and disturbance grounds. Can you go, please, to paragraph 24? Does that paragraph have any relevance for the decision our inspector has to make?
You'll have to bear with me, the internet connection was running a little bit slow there, but I'm now into that appendix. I beg you, just give me some moments. Appendix 3.
I think it's PDF page 17.
It is. Thank you, sir.
17, right, let's see if that... I'm there now. Thank you.
That's why I always download these things. Okay, so the Edgbaston appeal decision, which is the first in Appendix 3, PDF page 17 of your appendices. My question is, does the inspector's conclusions there in paragraph 24 have any relevance for our inspector?
Insofar as it provides a summation of some views on how asylum seekers might be perceived differently to the wider population, yes, I think it is very relevant.
Okay. Are the residents of our appeal site, if this is approved, will they also have no employment?
The situation is the same, yes.
Yeah, okay. And then, secondly, Cambridge Row, London appeal decision. Paragraph 28.
I have that.
What was the inspector's concern there about the numbers being proposed?
The issue there is that the size of the scheme would have an impact on social inclusion. That the paragraph I'm referring to, 28, says quite clearly that the impact of the scheme, it would inhibit their full integration into the community.
Yeah. Okay, leaving the appeal decisions, before that you were asked some questions about the run to 2029. And that there would be likely to be, say, 5 years of operation. And there was a discussion as to whether or not this was really an application for a trial run or whether it was something else.
I recall the exchange, yes.
But can you help me with this? Do you know whether the government intends that this immigration asylum accommodation crisis should simply run on and on and on and on, and be a permanent feature, and therefore the need for this level of asylum seeker accommodation will be a permanent feature of our country going forward, or does the government hope that it is a temporary blip to which it has the solution?
Well, the government certainly hopes that. I mean, at the moment, the numbers are going up. That's something that I was asked, the need was a question I was asked. So yes, the government is saying it wishes to address the situation.
Okay. And then the last question is this. You were, in the context of the planning balance, you identified to my learned friend Mr. Easton the three material considerations you placed upon the negative side of the planning
Of the
balance,
balance, yes.
as it was, and it was suggested to you that you might have left out some positive considerations on the other side of the balance. Do you remember that?
I do.
Including the need for asylum seeker accommodation. Can we please look at the officer report, which is document CDA 22.
I have it in front of me.
Yeah, and on the third page, we can see the heading Principle of Development. Yes?
Yes.
And then there is a reference to the NPPF, and then from paragraph 1B onwards, we start getting consideration of the local plan policies, the development plan policies.
Yes.
And at D, a mention of policy Stafford 1, Stafford reflecting its role as the county town, seek to enhance its role by increase both the range and quality of services and facilities.
I see that.
And policy C1, encouraging a range of houses and tenures of housing. That new specialist housing is located in a sustainable location close to services and facilities in accordance with the settlement hierarchy, and so on and so forth. So far as there is a need for asylum seeker accommodation as a specialist form of housing.
Yes.
And insofar as the application was judged to be in accordance with the development plan,
yes,
was the need for asylum seeker taken into account, accommodation taken into account on the plus side of the planning balance as part of the judgment that the proposal for asylum seeker accommodation was in accordance with the development plan?
Yes.
Yeah. So have you left out of account the need for asylum seeker accommodation?
No, in that it's a form of specialist housing, it's within that overall requirement to deliver on identified needs.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Wedderburn. So thank you, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wedderburn. Excuse me. There was the other gentleman who indicated he wanted to speak. Are you here? You are there. Good afternoon. Would you like to step forward, please? Good afternoon. Can I take a note of your name, please?
Chris Dyke, D-Y-K-E.
Are you happy to give your address?
No.
No.
So just local. Local.
A local resident?
Local.
Could you give me a feel of sort of how...
Yeah, local. I'm local.
Okay. It's the reason I ask for this sort of information, I'm not pressing you on it, so I'm just by way of explanation really, is to get a better understanding of people's interest. So, for instance, if somebody was expressing concerns about being overlooked and they lived in Timbuktu, it probably affects to the extent to which the relative weight I give to it. But if it's somebody who lives 2 yards away, then it's a different context.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking.
Within a few miles.
Okay.
Are these microphones on?
I can hear you, but then I'm close.
They're on. It doesn't sound.
Okay,
yeah.
That's helpful. Just a couple of other queries before we get going in earnest. Are you opposing the scheme or supporting the scheme?
Oppose.
Okay. And are you just speaking on your behalf or on behalf of others?
On my behalf.
Okay. And are you happy to answer any questions if there are any?
I don't want any questions, no.
Okay.
No. Right. When Staffs University camped from Stafford to Stoke, they sold the campus to the New Beacon Group. One of the arguments given by Serco about objections to planning was objections were coming from out of the area. The site is owned by Pan American Asia Group Limited, Hong Kong, which I believe is in China. American Asia is a venture capitalist who cares little about the people in Stafford, just profit. The university campus was paid for by taxpayers' money. When sold, the accommodation block should have been gifted to the council and demolished and left as green space or to build starter homes for local people. The university is never coming back to Stafford. So the accommodation block has lain empty since 2015. I heard a lot of passionate people yesterday, worried about their family, especially their children. It seemed there was little chance of overturning the planning refusal. The council brought on their planning officer, Councillor Beattie, in the afternoon. Then it was a hit job by King's Council, painting her into several corners. He told us the police, NHS, education have no objections. All these institutions are taxpayer funded and would not want to appear racist and probably won't have to live next door to it. It was only a Conservative majority planning committee that had objections. And she had been influenced by a previous meeting disrupted by some right-wing nutters. A couple of speakers yesterday mentioned a high security fence has been erected around the site. It's been empty for 8 years, and now there's an issue of vandalism. Why spend, for example, 30,000 on a fence when it could have been done by a security firm? Were Serco on the invoice? Probably. Don't you need planning permission for fences over 6 foot? Where's the planning permission? Was it Serco? The government started preparing unused holiday camps and were accused of being inhumane and stopped. What's the difference to this? At least they would have had a fun fair. Stafford has none. On the way home, I felt the pendulum was swinging to overturning planning refusal. I spoke to my wife how the day had gone, and she told me she had been speaking to someone in the council. It was a done deal, and this had come from on high, and the council had been told by the government it will go ahead. So all this appeal is a sham, paid for again by the taxpayer, and don't want to waste any more of my time on this.
Okay, well, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I mean, in response to that last point, I've not made my decision, and I will make my decision.
I know it's hearsay, but I'm just repeating.
Okay, but I'm just putting what you've said into context, and I won't come to a view until I've heard all of the evidence and I've taken it away, and obviously my decision will be in my decision letter, which will come out in due course. Okay, we've got, that's concluded the council's evidence. We've got other witnesses to come. Did I see some, I'm not sure where we are with the BBC. Have I seen some activity? No?
I don't think I've seen them today.
No? Okay. Well,
how are they? Oh, there's a man in a green check shirt.
There's a man in a green
looking
check shirt.
less like a BBC man.
Well, I don't know what a BBC man looks like really, but maybe we do now.
General pictures to set the scene for the piece.
Okay. Have you? I've been engrossed in the evidence. Have you done them yet, or are you about to do them?
As you were speaking, I was doing a few.
Oh, okay. So where do we stand? Have you finished, or are you going to take? Have you got? Well, I'm not. I'm not trying to get rid of you, please.
Just 5 more minutes, and then that's it.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't trying to make you feel unwelcome. I promise. That's fine. As long as it is just discreet. You have been very discreet, because I've not really noticed you, and you've given us your assurance that you're not going to use sound, so it's just going to be used as background. Is that a problem to the advocates?
So I'm really sorry, it's still not entirely clear to me whether the gentleman's done any filming so far, have you?
I have, yeah.
You have, right, okay. Have you got enough for your purposes?
Well, I was just going to place myself here for a couple of minutes, then leave, wait for my report.
Right, okay. That's fine. That's fine from our point of view.
Yeah, well, that's fine from our point of view, so as well.
All right, we'll try and ignore you. Now I've drawn attention to you. We'll all be watching you, won't we? Wishing we'd had our hair done.
I'm confident that from there he's going to get my best side.
Very good. We're moving from the council's evidence now to the appellant's evidence, and I'm trying to remind myself whether it's Mrs. Deitch or...
Yes, so my notice of appearance put my witnesses in the wrong order, which is entirely my fault, sir. So it's going to be Lisa Deitch first.
Okay.
And she's...
This is where I move the microphone over to help the sound man, hopefully. Oh, we've got a... Would you like to speak, sir?
If possible, just for a couple of minutes.
Are you speaking against the scheme?
I am, yes.
That's fine. That's fine from my point of view, and I'm glad you've told me now, because it's... So if you'd like to come here, if you're happy to stay there.
Well, thank you for letting me speak anyway. I felt as though...
Can you bear with me, because I've got to move the mic to help the sound man. I'm beginning to get to grips with where to put the mic. I'd need to just take a record of a couple of things.
Yes, of course.
Don't mind. You're Mr...
Harland, Mark Harland.
Mark Harland, thank you. Do you mind giving an indication of what your interest is?
Yeah, I'm a teacher.
Teacher?
Yeah, have been for 22 years.
So you're speaking as a teacher in one of the local schools or as a resident?
I felt that I had to come down here because I didn't feel that the children were being represented at all. The children's voice wasn't being heard. And I feel that we stand for the children, we represent the children, and they have to be heard. And I've been talking to a number of children in an open way about this proposed... I'm sorry?
It's okay. So you're a teacher in...
I've been a teacher in Stafford, and I've also taught overseas, where I've taught children with English as a second language.
So I'm trying to find out what your specific interest is here. Are you a teacher in one of the local schools, is what I'm...
I was, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You were?
I was, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, for nearly 10 years, yeah.
Right, but no longer?
No, not this year. I'm working from home this year.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm also work with the Scouts, so I work with the community at large in Stafford. I'm still a teacher, but I'm an online teacher this year.
Okay, that's fine. I don't...
Yes.
So it always feels like it's prying, but...
No, not at all.
So you're not speaking as a local resident, it's in that capacity as a...
I also live in that local area too, yes, so I am a local resident too.
And so in both capacities you
I am, yes,
okay,
yeah.
That's really helpful, thank you very much.
That's okay.
Are you opposed to the scheme, or supporting it? Or
I am opposed to the scheme, yes, yeah, definitely.
And I think we've established what capacity you're speaking in. Okay, that's helpful. If there are any questions, are you happy to answer them?
Oh, certainly, yeah, definitely.
Okay, far away, thank you.
But I'm not an expert by any means. Like I said, I'm a teacher, I'm not a lawyer.
No, that's I'm sure the questions will be put,
and I
if there are any.
I know I'm speaking to very highly, experienced lawyers or representatives of Serco, so you have to excuse me if my language is not up to your level.
Don't worry about it, please.
As I said, I've been speaking to some children ranging from 7-year-olds up to 14-year-olds in the local area who I work with about their feelings towards this housing centre, this housing site for immigrants. And I would just like you to hear what they had to say and some of their questions. Firstly, when they heard about it, they hadn't heard about it from me firsthand. They'd heard about it from their parents, from friends. It's, families are discussing this at the moment at the dinner tables. Friends are talking about it at school. Teachers are talking about it in staff rooms. It's a highly contentious subject at the moment. And it's a very, very concerning topic at the moment for our children in the community and also teachers and parents. I have 2 children myself, and it's been brought up by them, not me, at the dinner table on a number of occasions recently. After speaking to some children about this, they came up with some questions that I thought I'd pass to you, and some statements that they came up with. And these were not fed into them. They came out with these off their own accord. And this is what they said. Why would you do this? I don't want this. I think this is selfish and mean. I'd feel scared and anxious about groups of young men walking around where we live. They'll have nothing to do. What if they start fighting? Are the people from Serco, I mean, obviously you must have driven around the school, Western Road Academy. You must have driven around, and you must know the area really well. Because if you go at 3:20 today, if you go at 8:45 on any day of the week, any weekday, you'll know that hundreds of children pass by Western Road every single working day. They walk on their own, confidently. They walk safely with their friends to school, not with parents. They go on their own to school, happily, telling jokes, having fun, talking about their day. And then they walk home at the end of the day. That's the current situation. That's as it stands now. And if you go at 3:20, you don't need to take my word for it. Go at 3:20. Go to Western Road Academy and watch the children walk from school to their homes in the local area. If this appeal is granted, I can assure you, as an experienced teacher, resident, father, that will stop. You won't have children walking to and from school without being nervous, afraid, and in trepidation of what's going to happen or what could happen to them walking to and from school. This appeal, to me, is all about money. From a private organisation whose profit margins, revenues, were up 14% to 4.4 billion. And of course they've hired the best they can hire. They are the best. I'm not the best. They are the best. They've been very analytical in the way they've decomposed everybody's statement. You've been very, very clever with the words that you've used. Very, very clever with the questioning. And to me, that's all it is. You're being very clever with what the community has already asked you for. And that is, please do not put this centre in our community. You want to house up to 500 single men, many of whom English is not their first language, many of whom can't communicate in English. We want to integrate immigrants into the society. My wife is an immigrant. I have a lot of friends who are immigrants. But integration is very different to what you're proposing. This isn't integration. This is exclusion. This is putting young, volatile men, young men, with highly sexual urges, as all young men have, on their own with other men from disturbed, troubled backgrounds, you want to house them all together, up to 500 of them. What are they going to do when they get bored? What are they going to do in the evening? They've got no jobs to go to. They're not permitted to work. But you sit here and you defend Serco. And you want this to happen. You want to bring this into a friendly community where children walk at the moment freely to and from school, happily. And you want to stop that, as I see it. You are defending our right, our children's right, to have freedom to walk to and from school in a safe and secure way. And that is why I had to come down. I'm quite nervous about speaking here. Public speaking, although you might think it's a normal thing. Yeah. And I must say this. I've taught, half of my career has been with children teaching children who have English as a second language. When a child enters the school environment, a schooling environment is a very much an inclusive environment. There are staff on hand to support those children. We often get translators in. We often get children, adults to work side by side and integrate that child into the school to make them feel settled and happy and be a part of the family's community. What you're proposing is putting 500 young men from very disturbed, troubled backgrounds in a centre, in a prison-like environment, where they're all together, jam-packed together, like I said, with no jobs, nothing to do all day. What do you think is going to happen? The potential is very disturbing. Very, very disturbing. Now, if you were saying we're going to bring in 150 families, we're going to provide them with very, suitable accommodation, we're going to integrate them into our communities, then do you know what? I would say, what a fantastic idea. That's brilliant, But you're not doing that. What you're doing is you're repeating, it now seems, Rishi Sunak is obviously saying this in the news, they're bringing the barge across, they're going to renovate it and then inspect it, and it's basically another barge, isn't it? Another barge in Stafford. In the middle of a community, next to a school that has got nearly 1,000 students. Happy students. I don't understand at all. I mean, you must have families of your own. Is that what you would you want that? Would you want that? 500 men in their 20s. You go back to when you were 20. I know what I was thinking when I was in my 20s. You want a relationship, don't you? You want to meet people. I also know firsthand, what it's like to live in university accommodation. I spent I spent my first year in the halls of residence, so I know what it's like in there. So I'm not speaking as if, I've got no experience whatsoever. I feel that you're being paid a lot of money to represent Serco and defend them. And I think that's very wrong, because you've got to live with that. Let this proposal happen. Let this proposal be certified or given the stamp of approval, and let one of our children in our community get attacked. Let one of our children in our community be raped. That's on your hands. That's on your hands. But you get your money at the end of the month. You keep getting your paycheck every month. I hope that really validates your appeal. I really do. I really do. Because no amount of money would have me sitting in your shoes, defending an asylum centre, an immigration centre, a housing site, whatever you want to call it, for 500 single men with very disturbed, difficult backgrounds. That's all I've got to say.
Okay. Thank you. I've no questions for you. Is there anything from you?
No, I haven't got any questions, no.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Thank you.
On to your first witness.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. So my first witness is Lisa Dyche. And so what I propose to do is introduce her. I'm going to leave her written evidence as read because I think we're all very familiar with the issues. And then I have a number of additional questions I'm going to ask her with your permission. So I shall introduce Ms Dyche through page 2 of her proof of evidence. You're Lisa Dyche, you're employed by Serco Limited, the appellant, as property director. You've worked within the private rental sector for over 20 years with experience in leading teams to manage large residential portfolios. You've got a postgraduate certificate in management studies and leasehold management training. And at paragraph 1.2, you just say that you're, in your role as property director, you're part of the contract leadership team which drives the delivery of asylum accommodation and support services contracts. You're responsible for the strategic and day-to-day operation of all aspects related to property acquisition and management across the contract regions, including liaising with landlords, housing associations and local authorities, procuring and handing back property across the portfolio, ensuring all properties brought into the portfolio meet the required standards and are handed back according to the terms of the lease, ensuring all properties meet the required licensing and certification requirements, and managing the rent payments and charging to landlords. Are those details all correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you very much. And then just look briefly, please, at paragraph 1.4, where you said the evidence which you prepared and provide for this appeal is true and confirmed that the opinions expressed are your true opinions. Does that still hold good now?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you very much. So I have a couple of introductory questions, a couple of which are particularly pertinent given what we've just heard. First, can we be clear, please, about what is being proposed? How many bed spaces overall are being proposed on the appeal site?
481.
Thank you. And again, if I start trespassing into asking you planning questions and you don't feel able to answer them, then you'll let me know. But I think it's right, isn't it, that there's a condition that's been discussed between the parties limiting the number of bed spaces to 481.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then we've heard during the course of the inquiry that there are different categories of people seeking asylum. There are people in interim accommodation.
Initial accommodation.
Initial accommodation.
Yes. Yeah.
So initial accommodation, I think I'm right in saying, is where they are in the process of making an asylum application, but it's not yet been determined.
Initial accommodation is where they arrive and they live whilst they are being assessed initially. So it's whether they've got the right to an asylum to support whilst their claim is being assessed, and they have a identification checked, and they have a health assessment carried out.
Okay. The other type of accommodation which is being proposed on the appeal site is dispersed accommodation.
Correct, yeah.
How just help the inspector, please, as how that differs from initial accommodation.
Dispersed accommodation is provided as a form of support for the asylum seeker. If an asylum seeker arrives in country and is deemed destitute and without the ability to fund themselves, they will be moved to dispersed accommodation, where they will remain until their claim has been assessed and a decision made.
Okay. What proportion within the appeal site is anticipated between initial accommodation and dispersed accommodation?
There'll be 160 in initial accommodation and it'll be 321 in dispersed accommodation.
Thank you. And would Serco, in managing the facility, seek to ensure that there was a mix of families, single women and single males, so that the scenario that we've heard about on a number of occasions for this inquiry of all single males being accommodated there would not arise?
As far as we are concerned, we would endeavour to have a mix of single female, single males and families in the initial accommodation, and single males and single females in the dispersed accommodation.
Okay, next please. If you can go back to your proof, and I'm just going to use some paragraph references in your proof as anchor points of these questions. So, page 4, paragraph 4.6. You've explained already what dispersed accommodation is, but then say it's longer-term temporary accommodation. They normally stay in their DA until the asylum claim has been fully determined, and DA users are able to access the local GP and education. Forgive me if this is a how long is a piece of string question, but can you give us a sense as to the average stay in dispersed accommodation?
It could be anything from 6 months to 2 years. It depends on the complexity of the case. But this is a Home Office decision, and it's the Home Office that determine the output of the claim.
Okay. And then next, please, paragraph 6.1. You say, as indicated above, the appellant is responsible for looking after nearly 40,000 asylum seekers across nearly 7,000 properties. And it's right to note, isn't it, that SOCO are not the only providers of accommodation for asylum seekers?
That's correct. There's 2 other providers throughout Scotland, Northern Ireland and England.
Okay. And do you know what proportion of that 40,000 that SOCO are responsible for looking after are initial accommodation as opposed to dispersed accommodation?
I believe it is, let me refer to my notes, it's 16,000 in initial accommodation and 24,000 in dispersed accommodation.
Okay, thank you. And then 6.3, you say, as at the time of writing, the appellant manages initial accommodation centres in Liverpool, that's 420 asylum seekers, Coventry, Derby and Nottingham, together totalling 567 asylum seekers. The appellant also manages over 100 hotel contingency sites accommodating over 14,000 asylum seekers. Can you help us with this, please? The 14,000 asylum seekers in hotel contingency accommodation, why are more asylum seekers not housed in the sort of accommodation that is being promoted here? The former student accommodation, former halls of residence?
There's 14,000 in hotels, which has happened over probably since the beginning of COVID. There's been a significant increase, and we've seen also an increase in intake. And to stand up sites of this site take time. We need to identify them. We need to understand that they can be made compliant, or they are compliant. We need to make negotiations with the landlord and also clearly seek planning permission. So it's more complex, but we do stand up a number of obviously normal community housing.
Okay, thank you. Page 6 of your proof, section 7, please. Now, the proposed day-to-day operation of the appeal site, this is a matter we've heard a lot about, particularly from the local authority and indeed from some local residents, where you say, at 7.1, the appeal site will be managed in line with the appellant's current operational procedures, systems and structures, which have been and continue to be successful in managing a significant current asylum seeker portfolio. And then you say the management team is responsible for the delivery of the following objectives, which will apply to the appeal site. And then you list them under paragraph 7.2. My question is, where do those objectives come from?
They come from, first of all, they come from the contract that we have with the Home Office. That's the overarching statement of requirements that we have to deliver as part of the terms of the contract. But they also come from our knowledge of best practice, I guess, is the best way of putting it, and the best way to deliver the services. It comes from us being adhering to all the legislative compliance frameworks that exist both nationally and locally, and it comes from SERCO's own internal governance as well. So there's a whole number of contributions to this.
Okay. Let's just pick out a couple. The first one is management and leadership of a team of housing officers and maintenance officers to ensure that all asylum seekers are supported with care, dignity and respect. And then 7.2.5, operational delivery of all health and safety standards to deliver a safe working environment for all users of the initial accommodation estate. I mean, is there any reason to suppose that Serco, if granted planning permission, would do anything other than follow and seek to achieve those objectives?
Nothing at all, no. No.
Thank you. Next, 7.7, please. So you say the occupants of the appeals site will have no restrictions placed upon their day-to-day whereabouts, but there are a number of appointments that are required to attend with the Home Office. The appellant does, however, and will at the appeals site, advise asylum seekers not to congregate in groups, as they're mindful that some members of the local community could perceive this as unsettling. And then 7.8, if any residents don't obtain prior notification before leaving the appeal site for more than 24 hours, the appellant will report any absences to the Home Office for further action. In your experience, what is the effect of the advice not to congregate and the potential for being reported for absences longer than 24 hours on the service users in your the accommodation for which you're responsible?
Sorry, the first part, what is the consequence of not congregating?
Yeah, so in 7.7 and 7.8, there are two things you tell us about. First, residents are told not to congregate in groups for the reasons you've described. And second, if they're absent for more than 24 hours, they'll be reported to the Home Office. In your experience, what effect does that have on the behaviour of asylum seekers in your accommodation?
Most of the asylum seekers will follow what we ask of them. We cover this in their induction when they first arrive, and then the housing officers and any other staff members on site will reaffirm this during the day-to-day engagement with them. If they do continue, or if they don't listen to what we're saying and they do continue to congregate, then we will issue a warning, and this goes to the Home Office as well. With regards to being missing for 24, not missing, but not being around for 24 hours, again, they will be issued. Well, actually, I'm not sure on the answer to that. I'll have to refer to Katie Wood.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of the physical location and layout of Stafford Court, is there anything about the physical location and layout of the site that might have an influence on whether people congregate in groups away from the site?
Not at all. One of the reasons we identified the site as being ideal for what was required was because of the internal courtyard, and there was external space for them to be able to meet up with friends or chat or do what people do in sites of this nature.
Paragraph 7.10, please, where you say the appellant will facilitate on-site activities for all of the occupants. Pause there for a second. Is that something that Serco facilitate on all of their sites, or is it a specific response to issues that have arisen during the course of this appeal?
No, we on all of our sites which are similar to this, which are former student accommodation sites, we will deliver a number of activities for the asylum seekers. Okay,
and as well as wraparound care services on site. What do you mean by wraparound care services?
To ensure the health and well-being, as has been said many times during the course of the last 2 days, some of our asylum seekers will come from traumatic experiences, and there are teams that will facilitate them being directed to the correct agencies, and we've got a safeguarding team, we've got a stakeholder engagement team. There is Migrant Help, which supports them, which is a completely separate contract to Serco, nothing to do with Serco. They're instructed by the Home Office that will help with any issues, advice, reporting of any issues. There's a phone number for them to contact Migrant Help on. So that there's a number of initiatives that we take to provide those.
Thank you. And then there's reference to additional transport provision in order that the appeal site functions sustainably. What are we talking about there in terms of additional transport provision?
We will transport asylum seekers to appointments out of walking distance if required, and if necessary for people with mobility issues or with young children, we can set up additional transport.
Okay, appointments for what?
It could be health appointments, it could be legal appointments.
Okay. And just help us with this. So, in terms of process, particularly in the dispersed accommodation, in terms of progressing their asylum claims, do they need to go off-site to meet with Home Office representatives in order to progress their applications?
I don't know the answer to that, I'm afraid. I'm sorry.
Right, thank you. And then paragraph 711, you say, by way of example, at other sites the appellant operates, the appellants found that the asylum seekers have joined the local football leagues and have been involved in volunteer work in their local communities. Now, in respect of joining local football leagues, is there any reason to suppose that that's something that isn't possible in Stafford?
No, not at all. And we tend to get quite a few offers in various different sites across the country.
Yeah. Now, it may well be put to you that in terms of asylum seekers for whom food is not provided on site and others who aren't catered for, they get £45 a week, which is £6.42 a day. How would the asylum seekers pay, for example, for football kits, for the hire of five-a-side pitches, etc.?
Our stakeholder and partnership engagement team would facilitate making links with local groups, and there is examples of us sponsoring local teams, and also they wouldn't necessarily pay if local teams come on site and invite them to play in their football teams as well.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, there's a couple of points arising from the council's case and things that third-party residents have said. With particular reference to my learned friend's opening speech at paragraph 7, he said that the Home Office keeps conditions Spartan, his word, to discourage asylum seekers from entering the country. Is Spartan a fair description of what will be provided at the appeal site in terms of accommodation?
I'm not sure what exactly is meant by Spartan, but we certainly provide furniture, all that's required. We supply bedding packs, we supply kitchen equipment, we provide support on site through housing officers, and there's maintenance officers on site to deal with any repairs. There'll be a 24-hour staffed reception area with staff on site 24 hours. If anything breaks out of the furniture, or if a pan goes missing, then we'll replace that for them. So it's not luxurious, but it's certainly not Spartan.
Okay. I mean, in terms of that, is there a cost to the asylum seekers in respect of any of those things that you've just identified?
No, we don't. We don't charge service asylum seekers.
So insofar as asylum seekers need to pay for anything themselves, is it principally food and toiletries?
It's food and toiletries and clothing, correct, okay. Yeah. We pay utility bills and council tax.
Okay. Next, please, there's a series of disparate points, if you'll forgive me, but is there any truth in the rumour that we've heard that the fire station close to the appeal site will become what people have described as an acceptance centre?
No, we've had no contact with the fire station. I think it's the one opposite, and I don't know what an acceptance centre is. I've never heard of that before. Okay.
And then one witness, I think it was Mrs. Trowbridge, referred to individual cluster flats having fob entry.
Yeah.
As evidence for Serco not wanting individual residents to mix. Just help the inspector, please, with this. Why will there be individual fob entries into each cluster flat?
Just as there is with any other apartment building, whether it's in the centre of a town on the outskirts, people have the right to a secure, safe environment that nobody else can access. So we deliberately, we have electronic fob entry cards, and only people who live on that floor will be able to enter that floor. Only people who live in the cluster flats, and those are the 4 or 5 bedrooms with the lounge and kitchen that we've referred to previously. Only people who live there would have access into those particular flats. And then again, there is a door for each individual bedroom.
Okay,
a door lock. Sorry.
Yeah. So think of this scenario. You have a family living in a flat on the ground floor who have their own fob to be able to get in and out of that particular flat. You then have another family living on the first floor. Would it be possible for the two of them to get together, two families to get together, or the kids to play together within one of the cluster flats?
Of course, if they're invited in, they can, just as we would invite our neighbours in, or our neighbours' children in to play, they can absolutely mix. We would encourage that.
Okay, thank you. 2 final points, please. A number of people have referred to the fencing that's gone up at the site. What can you tell us about that? And more particularly, was it Serco that erected it?
No, again, that was the first time we were aware of that in the last few days. I spoke to the agent of the site to ask if they had put a fence up, and they have put a fence up, but that was under no instruction from Serco.
Do you know why they put the fence up? Did they tell you?
There'd been a series of vandalism over the last month, I think, and the local crime officer, I believe, had recommended that they do this.
Okay. Thank you. Final question. I'm very sorry, I forgot the name of the gentleman, but he referred to a letter and correspondence he'd had with a representative of Serco in relation to offering private accommodation, landlords offering private accommodation to asylum seekers. And I think another speaker today raised the question, well, hang on a sec, how do we know that there aren't any asylum seekers in private rented accommodation within Stafford already? Can you help us with an answer to that question? Are there any?
There are no dispersed accommodation properties within Stafford, and the reason for that is because of we are waiting the outcome of this appeal, because clearly we don't want to go above the cluster limit that's been referred to previously.
Thank you very much indeed. If you just wait there. Malone Friend will ask you some questions, Mr.
Okay.
Richards.
I'm just wondering about taking a break, actually.
Yes, quite happy to do that. My time estimate was an hour, and that's probably what I shall be.
Yeah, we've been sitting a little while, I think, for everybody's benefit. If we take a break, a short break now, 12-minute break. If we break now until 20 past 10, please. You're at liberty until cross-examination begins, so you can. You don't have to put yourself in a bubble. You can interact.
Good, thank you.
So can I push for, just because it takes time to get up and down stairs
Sure.
to get a drink, can I push for 25 past?
Yeah, that's fair enough. We'll adjourn that until 25 past. We're adjourned now. Thank you. Shall continue with the evidence and the cross-examination of Mrs. Deitch. Over to you, Mr. Richardson.
Is it Mrs. or Miss Deitch?
Miss.
Miss Deitch. Good, thank you. Well, good afternoon. You're in the fortunate position that you're the first witness to be called. So if I ask you something that is more appropriately asked of another witness to come, you're allowed to slip your shoulders. That won't apply to Mr. Jackson, who will be sweeping up everything that everybody else has left to him. So, first of all, so far as Serco is concerned, has Serco been in an appeal such as this before? Or is this the first of this type of appeal that Serco's had to do?
As far as I'm aware, it's the first that it's had to do, yeah.
No, well, that's the result of our searches as well. And has Serco secured planning permission direct from a local authority before for an appeal such as this, a conversion of say, student or any other sort of accommodation?
Not directly.
No. And what we know about it is that there will be 481 bed spaces maximum.
Correct.
And therefore that is likely to be a maximum of 481 people.
Correct, yeah.
And split between IA and DA. You told us 160 IA, I think, in evidence just now. I've read in the evidence 170, but I don't suppose it makes a difference. A split of that order of magnitude. And the IA would be in use for either single adults or families.
Correct, yes.
But if it's a family, they will occupy the whole cluster.
If it's a family, it will occupy a separate block or a separate floor, separate block to single.
Yes.
Yeah.
But insofar as a family is put into a cluster, that family occupies the whole cluster. Nobody else is
correct.
Put in
Oh,
that
sorry.
cluster with,
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
So if it's a family of 4 people, and there's a couple and 2 children, there might be a spare bedroom. You wouldn't seek to put a single a person into the spare bedroom, in inverted commas.
That's correct. Yeah. Yeah.
And then we know that the DA is for single adults, male or female.
Yes.
And the how the building is divided up, and for what sex or status of resident may depend over time. Sometimes there may be more families than at other times.
That's right, yeah.
And sometimes there may be more females than males.
Yes, that's correct.
And given that the large majority of asylum seekers are in fact single males, if this is an average centre, there will be very many more men than women.
At this current point in time, yes, but that may have been different 3 years ago, and it may be different in another year.
Yeah. And as I understand it, although there is to be a planning condition that limits the occupation to 481 people, there's not going to be any restriction put on Serco. Serco will have the freedom to decide how many families there are, how many single men there are, how many single women there are.
That does depend on intake, so
yes.
and what the Home Office instructs us and what to accommodate. Yeah, but
so the only restriction will be the 481 people maximum. The mix will be a matter for Serco.
Yes.
And so it could be, for example, on one extreme, that there could be 481 single women.
It could be, yes. The possibility is there, but it's very unlikely that would happen.
And on the other extreme, it could be that there would be 481 single men.
It's possible, but it's unlikely that would happen.
All right. More likely to be the preponderance of single men than single women, I would suggest.
At this point in time, yeah, given the intake, yeah.
Okay. And we know, because we've seen, as well as bedrooms, each cluster has a communal kitchen.
Yeah.
Where people would do their own cooking.
Yes, yeah.
It has a space for dining and a lounge space. Is TV provided in each cluster?
It's not provided in each cluster, but there's no reason why we wouldn't provide it in the larger communal areas that we're considering.
Yes. It's a matter of record, isn't it, that on the plans that were submitted with the planning application showing the proposed floor layout, there weren't any such large communal areas.
They weren't indicated on the plan, but there are a number of office space that could be converted.
Yeah, but the office spaces are, and I'm not going, I don't want to be hidebound by the plans, because you've said that you, in effect, you don't want those internal layouts approved. But it's a matter of record, isn't it? There were no large communal areas where 20, 30 or 40 single men might gather to watch a football match on TV.
No, not on the current plans there isn't. In other sites we do have those areas available.
Yeah. And what about broadband? Is that provided?
No.
Wi-Fi?
No, it's not provided.
But the kitchens, I think I've read, have washing machines.
That's correct. We will be putting in washing machines.
Yeah. And there was on site a student communal laundry, but that's being abandoned, as I've read.
Yes, yeah.
But I've also read that the bedrooms and internal living space will meet housing in multiple occupation standards.
Yes, the reason we've reduced it from the current bed space from around, I think it's about 500 and odd, is to meet the HMO standards.
Yes.
And to sacrifice bedrooms for lounges.
Yeah. And there's no intention of Serco to change that. The standards will be met.
Correct, yes.
They should be met.
Yes, yeah.
Now, the families in IA may include children.
Yes.
And we've read in the Planning, Design and Access Statement, which is core document A2,
yeah.
Paragraph 6.5 on page 15, PDF page 17.
So which paragraph?
6.5. The IA facilities are the only part of the site where families stay and the support services they will need, education and health, during their short stay within the facility, typically 4 weeks. And those support services, education and health, are delivered independently and therefore do not require any support from the local authority infrastructure. So can I take it that the children of families who are there, who are of school age, will be educated on site?
No, they won't be educated on site.
Where will they be educated?
Sorry.
Sorry, no, he was chastising me rather than you, and,
yeah,
quite rightly,
absolutely.
He was chastising me.
Once a question's put, you should be given opportunity
I
to
cut across your answer,
right, okay.
and I apologise.
That's okay. So in IA, the average time of stay is 3 months, and it's deemed that children will not require access to education during that time. I think my colleague Katie Wood can talk more to this from her statement with regards to education, but that's what I believe.
Okay, fair enough. But can you help me with this? You say it's been deemed. Who's deemed it?
The Home Office, that's
Okay.
part of the Home Office, yeah.
Well, Katie Wilker has now had her first shoulder slope from you. But I think you are the witness who I can ask questions about the life or routine of an asylum seeker.
Yes.
In this accommodation on the appeal site, if it's permitted. And we know that they're allocated a bedroom, and if they're single, in a single-sex cluster.
Yes.
In fact, I think if it's single-sex, all the clusters on that floor
will be of the same gender.
Same gender, yeah. And they'll do their own cooking, cleaning and laundry.
Correct, yes.
The housekeeping staff on the list of staff that we've got, do they go into the individual flats and do cleaning, or are they cleaning common parts and so on and so forth?
They clean the common parts, but they will go into the individual flats when the service user vacates and before a new one enters in.
Got it. But once you're in, you do your own cleaning.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
And all the food and supplies have to be purchased from the £45 a week allowance that each one receives.
Yes. Yeah.
The Planning, Design and Access Statement, paragraph 6.6, describes that as a very limited income. And that's a deliberate Home Office policy, isn't it?
I can't comment on a Home Office policy.
Okay. And I think we saw yesterday that if they were provided with food centrally, then that allowance would be reduced from £45 a week to £9.10.
Yes, that's correct. It's our experience, though, that it's much more suitable for asylum seekers to cook their own, buy and cook their own food.
Okay. But that's an indication, isn't it, as to how much the government thinks of the £45 will be required for food. It'll be 45 minus £9.10.
I can't comment on that.
Right. Asylum seekers don't drive.
Correct.
If they require motorised travel to get them to Home Office or health or legal appointments, then you've told us transport is provided.
Yes, yeah.
But if they want transport to go to Asda, that's provided or not provided?
Not provided, no.
Right.
No.
So in terms of buying food, where will asylum seekers, all 481 of them, do their weekly shop?
In the town centre.
In the town centre. And how will they get there and back?
It's within a distance that they can be seen to walk there, unless they've got mobility issues.
Okay. Asda's about just over 2 kilometres away, a 35-minute walk. Odd. That's what's expected, is it?
Correct, yes.
Okay, because if they had to go by bus, they'd have to pay it out of their £9.10 left over, wouldn't they? £2 each way. Yeah. But that's what's expected.
Yes.
There is a closer food shop at Brereton Way, a small co-op, 14 minutes away. But that's not going to be suitable for 481 people to do their weekly shopping, is it?
It could be. If it's 481 people, not all of them are going to be singles, they'll be families.
Okay. In the consultation leaflet that local residents were given, and it's in Councillor Beattie's Appendix 1, and I'm afraid I don't know what the core document number is for that. Oh, thank you very much. F5, I fell short. Somebody would tell me.
Is it volume 1 or volume 2?
Volume 2.
Volume 2.
Her appendices. She produced the Serco letter and leaflet sent out to the local community in early 2022.
Yes.
And on it, on the coloured leaflet, on the 6th page of the PDF page 6, there's an orange box, and just above it is a paragraph that reads, once operational, A shuttle service would be provided for people staying at the accommodation to allow journeys to and from nearby urban centres. There's no plans to introduce that shuttle service based on the answers that you've given me today, is there?
We will provide additional transport. I think if the need arises and it's felt that it's worthwhile, then we will be doing that. We wouldn't plan for something that we don't know whether it's going to be used or not.
No, but it's not being offered now, is it?
Transport will be offered for people with limited mobility. We would offer not necessarily a shuttle bus, but additional transport to and from town if required.
As I understand it, there's no, although there are conditions proposed, there's no legal agreement proposed. I mean, is this a promise of the shuttle service or a service to be part of a management plan? Is that the intention?
I'd have to consult with colleagues on that.
I'll ask Mr. Jackson. Do asylum seekers have mobile phones?
Yes, they do.
How do they acquire them?
I don't know.
They're not provided by Serco?
We don't provide them, no.
And so they must acquire them out of their £9.10 left over from their £45 a week?
They must do, yes. Yeah.
So all you can say is Serco doesn't provide or pay their mobile phone bills?
Correct, yeah.
We know that they aren't allowed to work. I mean, so if they have any disposable income after they've bought their food and their clothes, it doesn't sound as though they're going to have very much left for recreational travel. You would agree?
Agreed, yeah.
Doesn't sound as though they're going to have very much left for any other sort of, paying for any other sort of recreation, for gyms or sports or meals out or cinemas or pubs or anything like that.
Agreed, yeah.
And they're obviously not expecting to go on holiday.
I wouldn't think so, no.
Their recreational activity will in effect be limited to that which is free and or that which is provided for them on site.
Correct, yes.
What is being provided on site, first of all?
Again, this is probably more Katie's area, but it will depend on the makeup and the need and the demand once we're in there. But we do provide in other sites. We provide, as we talked about, football league, football games. We provide arts and crafts for women, for the children, for the men if they want to get involved. We provide outdoor activities, outdoor toys for children, play areas inside for children with some books. There's a number of initiatives and activities that go on.
When you say we provide, does Serco fund all this, or does it try and get volunteers to provide it?
It's a mixture. It's a mixture of both.
But you're not making any promises?
No.
Have any, you've said in your, or Serco have said in the evidence that this sort of provision is made on other sites, including by community groups and volunteers. Have any similar groups been approached in the Stafford area? Have you got people signed up to say, yes, we'll come along and volunteer, or yes, we'll come along and provide a library service, or anything like that?
If we are successful at this appeal, that would be part of our mobilisation plan to engage. We have a whole partnership engagement team who will make links with local groups.
On site there's a courtyard which we know is 0.4 of a hectare, or just about an acre in old money. That's got to accommodate all forms of activity: children's play, people walking, people meeting friends, even people kicking a football about. Will you want people kicking a football about in the courtyard, close to ground floor windows?
We'll have to have a look at it, but there's nothing stopping asylum seekers from, like everybody else, using parks and going for walks outside of the site. They're not limited to walking within the site.
No.
They're able to go and meet friends and take the children to the park and go for a walk, just like everybody else.
I mean, I'm very close to the site. In fact, in between the buildings and the cemetery, there is a field, isn't there? A piece of open ground. Was any thought given to acquiring that? I don't understand why this scheme was brought forward without an area for up to 300, 350, 400 young men, depending on whatever it is. Not even a football field.
It's a balance, isn't it? It's a balance between keeping them enclosed and not integrating into the local community, so that there's no contact with the local community, and having that integration with the local community, and them enjoying the facilities that everybody else can enjoy as well.
Yeah. So they'll practice in local parks. They won't be able to afford to pay for practice facilities at nearby pitches, will they?
I don't know. They might be able to if they club together. They might be able to.
And who'll provide the ball or the football boots or the kit, or who'll pay the match fees?
Well, if it's on an informal football ground, which I think you're saying that's adjacent to the site, I don't think they particularly need.
But if they want to join a league, which you've said they've done elsewhere, does Serco pay for that?
In previously, we have got examples where Serco have sponsored the kits, yeah, or the football. Indeed, the football team indeed might have spares that they use.
And if they form a football team and they're lucky enough to be take part in a local league, how do they get to matches? Who pays for the transport to matches?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. You mean away matches? Yes. But if they want a break from the four walls of their cluster flat or the four walls of the courtyard, and they'll head off site.
Yes.
Realistically, it'll be to hang around somewhere, won't it?
Not necessarily, no. It might be that they want to go for a walk. It might be that they go and meet friends. It might be that they go to a community group. It might be that they go to a shopping centre, to a church. There's all different reasons why they might want to leave the site.
Okay. I'm assuming that you want me to ask questions about security and why the site was selected to Miss Wood. Is that right?
No, I can answer those.
Yes, indeed, you do indeed. If we look at your paragraph 713 and 714, please, if we could.
In proof of evidence.
In your proof of evidence, yes, sorry.
7.13, yes, I've got that.
So there's been an initial risk assessment done of the appeal site, yes?
Yes.
And from that, there will be security measures put in place.
Yes.
And those are the ones listed at 714.
Yes.
And that will include ensuring that there's full site coverage by CCTV.
Yes, yeah.
What is the CCTV looking for?
Like exactly the same as why we have CCTV in other areas.
Yes.
It's for any issues that may arise, any strangers that may be on site, any incidents that could be on site.
So that might be interlopers.
Yes.
Yeah. Or it might be issues between residents.
Correct, yes, yeah.
And so if CCTV coverage is being proposed of that nature, I assume that the risk assessment has identified a risk that is real and not fanciful.
It's a normal practice at all of our sites to have CCTV.
Yes, because there is a risk that is real and not fanciful.
It's part of our security best practice,
Yeah.
yes.
Well, you wouldn't do it if there was no need for it, would you?
Correct. Things happen, yeah.
And then the second one, 714.2, access control reviewed to ensure accurate asylum seeker numbers can be obtained in the event of an incident, fire or protest, etc. Protest by whom?
In our experience, only in recent months has it been from an external perspective.
So this could be protest from the asylum seekers?
No, it could be protest from the external, from non-asylum seekers.
Right.
Although we've not had any protests outside our initial accommodation centres.
Okay. Do those who might be minded to protest, like the people in Knowlesley or Cannock or whatever, do they tend to distinguish between IA and DA?
They tend to distinguish between hotels. It's hotels that Cannock and Knowlesley.
Right. But you think that there might be similar. There's a risk of similar protests here, and therefore that's why CCTV would be needed here.
No, we don't see that as a risk. As I say, in our other initial accommodation centres, there's been no risk. There's been no protests made.
But the requirement for what you tell us is a full review of any existing CCTV provision to ensure full site coverage. You tell us that is the conclusion of a risk assessment.
Yes, but the risk isn't because of the risk. The risk is not there because of protests. Well, it might be because of protests, but as I say, in our experience, we've never had a protest outside an initial accommodation centre. The CCTV is there to, as it is with its closed-circuit television, to deal with to show evidence of any incidents that may have happened, or any accidents, or any health and safety breaches.
Okay. So access control then. We can read from 714.3, the entrance of the site is to be gated to allow controlled entry and exit. That was a recommendation of the police consultation response, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah.
And so why does access need to be controlled? What are you worried about if there was uncontrolled access?
People coming in and causing issues and causing problems.
Causing trouble?
Yeah.
Public order?
Yeah, again,
Crime.
it's not happened in any of our initial accommodation centres, but it could happen. So we will look to we've consulted with the police, and that's what we'll listen to.
Yeah. Crime?
Yeah, it could be crime.
And then fencing is need to be put up. Harass fencing, is that the same as harass fencing? Harass, yeah. I thought that was the sort of temporary fencing that's 1.8 metres or 2 metres high that goes into concrete stands. Is that what's
No, I think
anticipated here?
Harris fencing is the crisscross.
Ah, right,
fencing.
Okay. All right. So that would be a permanent fence rather than a temporary fence. Is that right?
That's what I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Is it you I should ask questions about as to how the site came to be selected,
Yeah.
and things like numbers of asylum seekers and so on and so forth? Excellent. We know, have you got the planning, design and access statement again there? CDA2.
Yeah.
I think I've just lost it off my screen. Hang on a minute. Okay. Can you go to paragraph 3.22, please? And there we read that the story really starts because an alternative IA facility was urgently required to be identified.
Yes.
And then at 323, we read that in January 2020, this project was initiated, or the project to find what ended up being Stafford Court.
Yes.
Yeah. And commercial property agents were sent out to, or commissioned to look for it. And then 8 sites were identified, paragraph 3.24.
Yes.
Yeah? And they look as though they were all private sector sites.
That's correct, yes. Yep.
And only 8 candidate sites.
Yes, unfortunately. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No publicly owned sites being looked for at that stage?
If they were, they weren't. We weren't looking for them. Our agents were looking for them. So whether they had access to publicly owned sites, I don't know.
Okay, we don't know. But no publicly owned sites appeared on the list of candidates, and it looks as though the search area was both the East and the West Midlands.
Yes. Yeah.
And other candidate sites were discounted for a variety of reasons, we read. The office block in Derby, because it was too expensive. Was there a limiting budget?
There isn't, but with office sites where you tend to get permitted development, there tends to be a reason why office sites are empty, and that reason is normally asbestos. And that's one of the things we discount immediately.
Okay. And then, again, the former factory in Wolverhampton, 319 bed spaces, too expensive, and redevelopment time too long. Presumably, if that site had been selected in January 2020 or the first quarter of 2020, it could have been redeveloped by now.
Well, of course, we've had the disadvantage of COVID during that time, which is why things have taken quite a long time to work through.
Yeah.
So it could have been. I didn't go and see that site, so I can't comment on that. But if one of my team deemed it that there was too much to do, it may have been with the whole fit out. It may have still been of fixtures and fittings from when it was a factory.
But redevelopment time too long suggests that it was going to take too long to bring that building into use as an asylum seeker accommodation centre.
That's correct, yes.
So some sites were being discounted on the basis that it was taking too long, and here we are, the site that gets selected is still being discussed and argued about 3 years later.
Yes.
But nobody at Serco said, well, this is taking far too long to deliver this site, we're going to abandon this and not pursue the appeal. Have they?
We haven't, no.
No. So
no.
The fact that something might take, quote, too long is plainly not an obstacle to it being a candidate, is it?
Well, in our findings on the Wolverhampton site, this didn't include the planning and the work that we've done on this site. We've still got some work to do if we are successful on this site. So it didn't include the planning. It was just purely the redevelopment.
But the other thing that the Stafford Court site had going for it, so far as Serco was concerned, was that as we can see from paragraph 3.26, last sentence, Stafford Borough was the only local authority on the list that does not have any asylum seekers in consideration of the AASC scheme.
Correct, yes.
In other words, it was judged, part of the reason for selecting Stafford Court was because what we now know as the 1 in 200 DA formula wasn't being exceeded.
Well, there was no asylum seekers at all in Stafford, whereas in places like Wolverhampton and Coventry, there was already a large population. And the challenge from in other local authorities, and it still remains a challenge, is that why do you not go to places that don't have asylum seekers?
Okay.
Sorry, sir, to intervene, but this line of questioning has been going on for a little while. And I'm bound to observe that Mr. Wedderburn accepted there was an obligation on the appellants to conduct a site selection and demonstrate there are no suitably available alternative sites. So unless the council's changed its position on that,
no.
I'm just wondering where these questions are going.
We can also read that the first contact with the council was in October 2020.
Correct, yes.
And then we read that in other words, the site was selected before contact with the council was made.
Yes.
And then we know that in 2022, because we've seen the leaflet already, there was consultation with the community. But again, by then, although it was being expressed as a consultation exercise, the decision was made already. Nothing the community could have said was going to change the fact that Serco was going to proceed with this project.
I think the comments that were made were mainly around the comments that have been made in the last few days.
The 1 in 200 ratio, that just applies to DA places?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how many DA places nationally is either the Home Office or Serco planning for? I mean, the population of England's about 56 million, I think. 1 in 200 of 56 million is 282,000 odd DA places. Is that really the extent of the need that the government's assessed?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I really don't know. We can base it on volumes coming in that we've seen in recent times and base it on the volumes that we see in hotels at the moment. But what the Home Office is expecting, I don't know.
Okay. Do you know whether the Home Office has consulted the Department for Communities, whatever they're called, Levelling Up Homes and Communities? Do you know whether the Home Office has consulted DLUC about the need for planning policy for?
I couldn't answer that. I don't know. No.
We now know that the government is moving towards a new initiative to bring into operation government-owned sites, ex-MOD sites, or in the case of Bexhill, it's a training centre, and then before that, I think, was a prison. And there, the proposal is to house much larger communities of asylum seekers.
Yes.
In the case of RAF Scampton, we've seen 2,000 people.
Yes.
Up to 2,000 people.
Yes, yeah.
And those sites, because the government says in the leaflets we've looked at, that's the way to reduce impacts on communities.
Yes.
Yeah. So there will be impacts on communities by adopting that model. Impacts on communities such as Stafford will be reduced in those places because of the model of accommodation adopted. Yes?
So are you saying that by adopting a larger site will mean less dependency on sites such as this?
Well, what I'm saying is, by adopting a larger site where more is provided on site for asylum seekers,
yeah,
that will reduce the impact on hosting communities.
Yes, I believe.
Yeah, well, I don't want to treat you unfairly. So could you turn up core document, please, J6. Which is the fact sheet for Scampton.
Yeah.
And on the first page, under the bold heading Why RAF Scampton, third bullet point, site at Scampton will provide accommodation for asylum seekers and is designed to be as self-sufficient as possible, helping to minimise the impact on local communities and services.
Yes.
So the idea is to have increasingly self-sufficient centres. That's to say, where facilities and services are provided on site.
Yes.
And one can understand that a former RAF airfield and barracks sites will have blocks that can be put to accommodation. They may have large buildings used as gymnasiums or hangars. They may have centralised cooking facilities and dining facilities, all of those sorts of things that will help them to be, quote, self-sufficient as possible, unquote.
Yes.
That's the model, in contradistinction to putting people in hotels or putting people in converted accommodation such as Stafford Court.
I don't know if it's the latter. I know that the Home Office want to reduce the dependency on hotels.
Yes. And then if we scroll down and see to the bold heading, are transport services being provided? Do you see that?
Yes.
When off-site services are required, transport services will be available, linking up to the nearest town or city. Again, for reasons we discussed earlier, that's not part of the model proposed at Stafford Court, is it?
I believe the nearest town to the site at Scrampton is much further away.
Oh yes, it is.
Yeah.
A multitude of kilometres,
Yeah.
10 or 12, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it says in the third bullet point, to ensure self-sufficiency, the site will operate dedicated bus transport to local urban areas. Okay. Do you know whether these new proposals comply with the 1 in 200 ceiling, or whether that 1 in 200 ceiling has been jettisoned? Because if for it to apply at Scampton, we can reverse engineer the figure, can't we?
Yeah, I don't know about that one, actually. I really don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
I think it would be because the local authorities, but no, I don't know.
All right. But as we know, the 1 in 200 figure is a Home Office figure. It doesn't take a regard of any other planning factors, town and country planning factors that...
Nobody knows the origins of this, but I believe it is a local authority stroke Home Office agreement, or local authorities stroke Home Office agreement.
Okay. Now, the other specific thing that you give evidence about is health services. And your paragraph 7.6, please.
Yeah.
So Migrant Help, which is the organisation you mentioned earlier, supports asylum seekers to access some services. Do they have a desk in one of the offices proposed at Stafford Court, or are they simply available on the end of the phone?
No, we are contractually obliged to provide a waiting room and offices.
Okay. And then so far as IA residents are concerned, the ones who are there from 4 to 6 weeks, during the IA process, as I understand it, they're subject to some initial checks and screening. So perhaps to establish their identity, as we've heard, to have a health check to see what health needs they might have. And then to presumably to assess whether or not they have a need for DA, or whether they've got another relative in another part of the country that they might go and stay with while they're waiting for their claim to be determined.
Yeah.
That sort of assessment.
Yeah. Or whether they've got independent means of supporting themselves.
Yes. And do some have independent means?
Very few.
Yeah.
But there are asylum seekers who enter the country who are not supported by any provider. They have their own means.
Okay. But if they end up in DA, then that's a recognition that they have no other means of supporting themselves.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
And I assume that the vast majority of people who enter IA end up in DA.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But, for example, if we have up to 160 or 170 IA places at Stafford, and at the end of their IA process, they are found to be in need of DA, that might or might not be in the DA at Stafford.
Correct, yes.
Because they could be sent somewhere else
to
DA. And indeed, somebody in IA somewhere else could be sent to DA at Stafford.
That's right, yes. Yeah.
And then once they enter DA, there they sit until their asylum claim is determined.
That's
and as you say, that's a Home Office matter.
Yes. Yeah.
But that's no longer a matter of 6 months, is it?
No. No. I think some are still, but I think there's a longer waiting times at the moment.
To put it charitably, the backlog is growing.
Yes.
But Serco haven't been commissioned to speed up the determination of asylum claims, because that's outside your remit.
That's completely outside of our remit, yes. Yeah.
We're told in the design and access statement So back to core document A2. I'll just get to where my note suggests we ought to be going. Yes. Bottom of page 9, PDF page 11, under the heading, red heading, health and safety and safeguarding.
Yeah.
If we go to scroll down to paragraph 3.48. For healthcare access within the IA, I'll read that again. For healthcare access within IA, asylum seekers are registered with a healthcare provider on site, and that we know that. And local services will only be required in the event of a medical emergency. Yeah, we've heard about that before. And then it says this: Serco is working with the Home Office to understand if this health provision can be extended to the DA community. At the moment, we've been told that the DA community will be registering with local GPs just like anybody else who moves into the area.
Yes.
And it would be up to local GPs then to give them appointments at the GP surgery, and they would travel to the GP surgery and wait for their appointment just like everybody else.
Yes.
But it seems as though that position might be changing, or might possibly be changing. If it did, that would require more medical facilities on site, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Right. In other words, the need for a sufficient amount of medical space, whatever that is likely to be a movable feast. Or could be a movable feast.
It could be in some other, and to be honest, Katie is more, is best to deal with this.
So, sleeping shoulder number 2.
Well, it's area of expertise.
Area of expertise. No. I was being uncharitable. What about? And is Miss Wood also the person to ask about the provision, for example, of mental health services and dentistry?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Let me just go back through your evidence in chief and just check if there's anything I wanted to ask you about, anything you said there. Done that. No, thank you very much indeed.
Okay,
Mr. Nash.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I'm conscious that there may be some queries in people's minds, interested parties. My inclination is, if there are any remaining things, because obviously we've got to hear from Miss Wood and then from Mr. Jackson. My hope is that Mr. Jackson could deal with any sort of outstanding queries. So unless anybody's got something really burning for Miss Deitch, I'm suggesting that we leave any questions to Mr. Jackson. Okay. Anything in re-examination?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your point. So I'm going from beginning to end rather than back to front like my learned friend does. Earlier on in the cross-examination, you were questioned about the sort of the ebb and flow and the number and mix of likely residents, and it was put to you that given the differing and varying requirements, there might come a point where all of the bed spaces are occupied by a single man. And your response was, well, it's possible, but unlikely. Why do you say it's unlikely?
Because we will work with the Home Office to try and ensure that it's not full with single males. There is always a mix that comes through intake. There are always families and females, single females and single males that will make the journey by whatever means.
Okay, thank you. Next, please. You accepted that at Stafford Court there wouldn't be televisions provided in each individual cluster, and you indicated that on other sites you might provide a TV in a larger communal area. I mean, is it your intention through this scheme, controlled by condition, that there be some sort of multi-purpose functional area that could be used for a variety of things? A degree of education for the children, English lessons, that sort of thing. Is that your intention?
I believe it's our intention, yes. Okay. Yeah.
And could a television be provided in that space?
It could. I'd have to. It's not for me to make that decision.
Okay, thank you. And then, slightly further on, you asked a series of questions about how people would conduct their weekly shop, on the assumption that they all do a weekly shop. And there was the Asda, which is a 2-kilometre walk, and there's a closer food shop, the Co-op, which my friend said, and I have no reason to disagree, is a 40-minute walk from the appeal site. If you don't know the answer to this question, then please say so. But in your experience, how do people shop? Do they shop weekly? Do they go out in large groups? Do they go out as and when they need something? Do they club together and cook communally? Or was it all of those things?
All of those things. They might do weekly. They might, just like everybody else, they might do it daily. We do encourage the single asylum seekers to because we, you know, the economies of scale to buy food and cook for each other is a part of having a meaningful activity.
Okay. I mean, is it likely that 481 people would all be doing their shopping at the same time at the same place?
I would think that was highly unlikely.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of activities that were provided, you referred to provision of arts and crafts, facilitation of football, outdoor toys for the children, some books, and you said that in terms of who provides those and who pays for them, that would be a mixture of Serco and volunteers, certainly based on your previous experience. And then it was put to you and you agreed that in respect of those things you weren't making any promises. But in that respect, what is the likelihood that you will provide either yourself or with support from voluntary groups the sort of activities and facilities that you went through with the Learning Friend in evidence?
It's highly likely. We want the welfare and the mental health of our asylum seekers to be as good as it can be. We want them to have meaningful activity. We want their days to be filled. So it's highly likely. We have done this in our other large sites.
Okay, thank you. So you want them to engage in meaningful activities. You mentioned mental health. I mean, to what extent does the engagement and involvement in activities of your service users help in the effective management on a day-to-day of your individual sites?
We know from feedback that and as has been pointed out, there are things that they do every day. There is shopping and washing and cleaning and playing with the kids and talking to each other and socialising. But if that can be interspersed with classes of a kind or with activities, then that really does help.
Okay, next please, just one point about the outcome of the risk assessment. So can you go back to your proof of evidence, please? Page 8. And there are 4 specific measures mentioned under paragraph 714. It's the last one of those I want to look at with you. Whether it's called Harris or something else, let's just say fencing to be constructed or installed at any area of the perimeter which requires additional security measures. Initial site assessment indicates that this will be at the perimeter where the adjacent residential housing estate is located. I mean, based on the initial risk assessment, is it essential that the entirety of the perimeter of the site be fenced?
No, not at all. No, it was a recommendation.
And then I think, lastly, the model that my learned friend took you to with using sites such as Scampton, do you have, please, I think it's core document J3, which is the accommodation sites fact sheet from April this year?
Yeah, got it open.
So the first couple of lines, so the government has announced that surplus military sites will accommodate asylum seekers who enter the UK legally on small boats and to reduce reliance on expensive hotel use. So a couple of things. The reference to reduction in reliance on expensive hotel use, what does that tell you about whether or not the Home Office is abandoning providing interim and or, initial and or dispersed accommodation on former student accommodation sites, for example?
It doesn't. It just talks about hotel use.
Yeah. And then next, please, so far as you understand it, the sites at Scampton and Wethersfield and Bexhill, are they going to be initial accommodation or dispersed accommodation or a mixture of both?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. Sorry.
Do you know whether those particular sites, Scampton, Wethersfield and Bexhill, are intended to be permanent?
I understand the Scampton site is not intended to be permanent, but I don't know about the other sites.
Okay. And then so far as the 1 in 200 or 0.5% ceiling is concerned, if all 3 of those sites were initial accommodation only, would that Home Office cap apply?
No. No.
Mr. Dyche, thank you very much. Those are all the questions I have for you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyche. It's 4:30 now. We have a choice to do evidence in chief of your next witness or to leave that till the morning. I think it was about half an hour, your time estimate.
Give me 1 minute and I'll just see how we're
okay.
fixed. So I think yesterday, I'm pretty sure it was yesterday, you indicated that your preference, and in fact it's mine, is to hear evidence all in one go. And as we do have a degree of flexibility in the timetable, and I still think that even if we start with Ms Wood in the morning, I think we'll get to a point where we've dealt with both of them by mid-afternoon, probably the latest. I'm looking at my learned friend for confirmation.
My assessment is that if we started with Miss Wood at 9:30, we would and went straight through. We could finish Mr. Jackson by about 1:30, but if we had a break for lunch, then it would probably be 2:30.
Fine. Okay, and then we could just
allowing for a disaster 3 o'clock. So it really depends on how you want to manage tomorrow. It's your inquiry. I'm very much in your hands.
I think partly for consistency with yesterday, I think we will pause now, and it just keeps things. Well, I think it just helps with the flow of the evidence, apart from anything else, for everybody in terms of following the evidence. So we'll do that. We'll adjourn shortly, but before I do, can I just double check if there's anything else that was on the main party's minds that can't wait till the morning?
Not that's relevant to the inquiry, sir, no.
No, I don't think so. I'm conscious of the fact that we were trying to get some material to you that others had made promises about. I don't know whether my learned friends had time to check his inbox. I did send a couple of things across to him today.
Yes,
I mean that come in from members of the public.
I'm comfortable that they go before you, so I might have one or two things to say about them, but
okay. And that these flow from what was said yesterday.
One is
and today it's the one's well, put it neutrally. One is a photograph of two young men doing something.
This was a photograph.
Yeah, two young men. There are two balloons.
Yeah.
There are two balloons in the photograph, and we'll make what one will of that. And the other one is an email which appears to have emanated from Serco.
Yeah, it's the email that you would
to landlords.
The private landlord email. Yeah.
Okay.
That's been tracked down and is available.
Okay.
It would be good for you to have them, I guess, before Mr. Jackson gives his evidence, so that they could be introduced and he can comment on them.
Okay. Well, if it sounds like you've seen them and I've heard what you've said, so on that basis, I'm happy for those to come in. So if those can be sent to the case officer in Bristol, they can be sent on to me. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right. On that basis, we'll adjourn now and resume here tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you, everybody.